Seems the fate of the world is a bit slow tonight. If quest log was working, which it isn't, sadly, then I will show you this.
I go a little bit of the Star Wars text scrolling up.
I could do it just display the whole thing. That's the current quest. I'll copy it to chat for you.
Apparently, Steve is going to be late because there are cute dogs. So that's fun.
I imagine that means that the dogs are being anything but cute. So, may as well get you guys up to speed while we are waiting. As you may note, today's game is going to be a little bit different in structure. The most evident of this is going to be the fake cards. Also, howdy.
Hey.
Hang on, let me refresh my page. Okay. So, I believe that's all of us, unfortunately, since Marv won't be joining. Vincent, are you at key or AFK?
It should be good.
Okay, cool. So firstly, welcome. This is the probable conclusion of the Stolen from the Stars storyline. You may note that there are a variety of fate cards on the deck today. Not only will you be choosing for the world how this new era dawns, you'll also be choosing through consensus the way that this goes today by selecting cards. All of them will remain until the end of the session, and each hour we will pick one. Beginning at 6 p.m., which is now. So, to kick us off, what two cards? Or rather, what card? Okay, I have one there and one there. So I need a tiebreaker from Reynald.
You're going to be going through your
Not on Foundry yet.
You're going through the phone, aren't you? Boost your volume a little bit.
I got audio through my phone, but I can get on Foundry here.
That's fair enough.
Ooh.
I mean, you could also just grab onto Kios's stream. It at least gets you a game view.
Let's see if we can do some audio work to tune everybody else down so I can tune everything up.
But effectively, Reynald, there is a grid 5x3 of cards. And then one off to the side, which I haven't explained yet, but we're currently choosing which of those cards.
Okay. Which do you have votes currently?
Currently, row 3 I'm sorry. Row 2, column 3, and row 2, column 5 are the ones being highlighted.
I'll go with the second one.
Row 2, column 5.
Good choice.
Okay, let me get my Sarin Tarot. As these will be the modifiers that will start the world tonight. Firstly, in effect will be the card in the bottom right for the remainder of the game, which is the High Priestess. The invisible power, the wise unknown, the guiding hand which clarifies mysteries and reveals secrets. Alternatively, secrets and plots prevent your power from coming to fruition or stagnate your prospects, veiling and confusing your instincts and information sources. All of these cards will modify that card. Beginning with the Hanged Man. Temporary suspension. Life is put on hold, but to a beneficial end. A small sacrifice for greater long-term success. Alternatively, stubbornness or selfishness. Pride obscuring from realizing a new perspective which would offer greater insight. The querent is being separated from the world and is finding it difficult to communicate with others or see their perspectives with clarity. So, with that in mind, bringing things back into focus. When last we left off, the party stood around the throne in Grenholt, having gated there, where they were confronted by the newfound god of death, Carnavos. His mother's throne abandoned or destroyed, it's unclear. And there is a fight spoiling on the surface of the moon, where certain things were brought to light that should not have. And it stands to see from the constellations in the sky that the sun seeks to devour the moon in whole. Likewise, Pyros is up there, likely wanting to destroy Felinor.
Hey, Gordon.
It is currently about
wonderful
12
to hear.
times its normal size, and it is extremely hot outside right now. So, plans of attack.
Well, we're not like trying to attack though, right? Has she been aggressive to us?
No,
We
not
went
yet.
through the portal,
Mm-hmm.
right?
After you gathered Chance, resurrecting her while she was dead. And you're currently en route. But what is your plan once you get there? Just for reference.
Try and diplomat our way out of this thing and start screaming, ceasefire, ceasefire. We have a hostage. Not really no, I don't think hostage is probably the way we're gonna want to go. But
I was gonna say, do we want to try and take Chance to the first flame and see if she regains any of her memories of demigodhood?
just warning, Gordon. Renault is gonna be
You
quiet
could.
this entire game.
You could try that. Everything's a bit on a
Can't
timer
get
right
any
now,
louder.
of course. Every decision you guys make will be moving time forward on a variety of paths.
So I mean, we could use Kiosk to gate to the first flame since we probably remember that well enough. And then either if it works or it doesn't, and we still just go to wherever Pyros is and confront her.
Right. That's mostly because we're bringing Chance along, sort of as temperance.
Hey, here's the daughter that isn't dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not all your kids are dead.
Mm-hmm. That's literally our strategy. It's just saying, hey, but you still have one left.
Fair enough. Okay, so destination is still set to the first moon.
The first, I think, is the idea.
Yep, that's where Felnor's courthouse effectively was.
As long as we won't instantly catch on fire and die, then yeah.
Hopefully not. I haven't mentioned it in a while, but you guys still have that piece of the the runic thing with you, unless you discarded it somewhere. But I didn't think you did.
Piece of the what?
The thing that was generating the bubble.
Oh, so we still have a small bubble around us?
Yeah.
All right, then we'll be fine.
Yeah, unless you dropped it somewhere.
No, we'd be carrying that.
No,
You
I
yeah, I'd
figured
hold
you would.
on to that.
I thought it was left by the gate, but if we took it, then yeah, we took it.
All right. You arrive. The milky white landscape charred, black from the star blazing overhead, filling the entire field of view. In the distance, a shining spark brighter than even the sun, uh, bearing down on a lone figure that's sat in a crater. You've yet to tell Chance who her mother is, as you tell her that you're going to meet them. And she stands a bit perplexed now, suddenly, on the surface of the first moon, in this tiny, thin bubble, about 15 feet wide and spherical in nature. It feels like the world is ending in slow motion. Cracks are starting to form in the moon's surface, and there's a deep rumble in the air.
Is the place like desolate, or is anybody there?
Nobody that you can see, at the very least. There's the ruin of the somewhat temple-like structure, which once held Felnor's court, which was smote by, we'll call him Dark Felnor for now. But little else. None of his cohorts nor his spirits are moving around. They may have been caught in that explosion.
We don't want to just roam around this entire moon. I'm assuming it's fairly large.
Yeah.
Do we want to bite the coin to get Kiernovas to give us the location of Pyros? That's one thing that we can do.
Yeah. Unless it's just obvious, like she's on the side that's closest to the sun or something. I don't know. So probably a wide area.
Renault, you got any input?
Yeah, I mean, probably bite the coin. I guess that was our plan originally, wasn't it? Was find Chance and then get
I guess
Karen
so.
off.
So, at that point, Renault, I think he took it away from me.
Yeah, I don't trust Chaos with things to summon other people. He's bad with those. So yeah, I'll bite the coin or whatever we decided to do to it.
Fair enough. You'll hear a crackling, and slowly, as if speaking through a tunnel, Voss will begin speaking. So soon?
Yeah, where's Pyros?
Oh, well, I would tell you if I could. There's a lot of interference up there. And the dead that are surviving from that surface, yeah, they're not in much of a state to talk.
Okay,
I'm still putting them back together.
where's somebody that we can talk to that knows where Pyros is?
Oh boy. Well, you could ask her daughter, I guess. Though I, from the looks of that other moon, I don't think that's much of an option.
Yeah, she's fucked.
Well, you could ask my mom,
Didn't you
but
force her into retirement?
yeah, she needed a vacation. Um, okay. So, no, there's too little time to even get into all of that. Do you see? Well, there's the sun, yeah, but do you see any particularly bright spots on it? She's giving enough energy that she should be plainly visible, even if you're far away.
I will immediately stare into the sun.
Yeah, there's that brighting, almost star-like spot.
Yeah, there's a spot. Now where she
Yeah,
is?
that's probably her.
I picked up this, and I'll show him or we picked up this. I'll show him the bubble generator. Is that gonna keep us from being burned alive in the star?
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Sorry, kid. That's... I don't even know where that's from. Um, who made that?
Your guess is as good as ours.
Moon Ghost.
Moon ghost. Moon's pirate ghosts.
They've got some fancy hands for a moon ghost. Alright,
Moon pirate
whatever. So... What, are you just going after her right now, or...?
Ghosts.
We need to
I
talk to
suppose
her.
right
so.
now?
We have suicidal abandon with these kind of deals.
We need to talk
that's
to
fair.
her, so...
We do our best
Applaud.
work under pressure.
I applaud. It's a good idea. The world's getting a little nervous. Alright, well,
Is there a way
I
for
won't
us to talk
distract
to
you.
her without, having to be right next to her while she's, causing the sun to explode?
We could try and find a megaphone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you'll need one. Well, I'm sure that it's secondhand knowledge to you. He seems to be mentally gesturing towards Reynal, but the gods hear prayers. And in this proximity, I'm pretty sure those prayers would go straight to her.
Alright. Cool. I'll start doing a prayer to Pyros. I don't know what that looks like, though.
I'll help us
Light a
figure out
fire,
what it looks like.
make music.
It depends on the sort of worship. There's like joyful worship where you'll be like making song. There's like pleas for help, and that just takes the form of the traditional "Oh God, help me," the universal sign of prayer distress.
That would probably be what we'd go for this, I'd imagine.
I don't think a plea for help is going to really help us when she's about to, burn the planet.
Yeah, but neither's putting on a circus performance.
That's fair. I suppose we'll do that, but we'll be like, if the prayer is silent, I will mention that we have one of her daughters alive with us. Please come and see her and talk to us. But if it's out loud, then I don't really want to do that.
Just say we have somebody you'd like to meet.
Yeah.
If it's out loud.
It is going to be either. It's the prayees option.
Alright, then internal. Internal, and I will specifically say we have your daughter. She currently goes by the name Chance. And we need to talk to you.
Well, you might want to word it a bit differently, because we have your daughter sounds like something I've taken.
That's a good point. Yeah. Your daughter would like to speak with
Your
you.
daughter is with us in
Mhm.
space or something.
Yeah, something less. We have your daughter come talk to us or we'll kill her.
Yeah, less kidnappy.
Less kidnappy.
Okay. Give me a religion. Kios, you don't get any response. I'm assuming that you're attempting to aid Raynal, or are you making your own?
I'd probably make my own. I mean, I guess if you get 2 emails saying the same thing, you're gonna pay more attention to them than just one.
Fair enough. Hmm.
We'll just spend a hero point on it if that makes it easier.
It could.
Might want to
Yeah, I'll
just
go for it then.
re-roll it.
Actually, yeah, I guess it's a 5, so I'll re-roll it here at the hero point.
Well,
One better.
If he doesn't
Unfortunately.
succeed, can I just make our, make it potentially more beneficial by spending my own hero point without having to reroll?
Sure.
There you go. 2 hero points spent on trying to get her here.
You make your plea. And for a moment, the sun seems to darken, and the star seems to brighten. This is going to be an opposed. Okay. You see in the pause, there is a bolt of light that streaks up from the ground and passes through the star, and that begins to fall.
Oh, somebody just shot down.
Yeah, it was probably Dark Valinor, or that spear that I threw like 2 days ago.
But didn't we do the golden rule? Like, why is Dark Valinor able to kill or
Well,
harm
why
his...
is Pyros able to destroy the Earth?
Good point. She's falling currently, right?
Yep, hasn't struck the ground yet, but she's on her way.
Can I open a gate below her and put it, like, next to us? A gate to right below where she's falling, and then...
Ooh, with
Now
a
you're thinking
very
with
hard
portals.
survival.
Now you're thinking with portals.
That's gonna be a survival? It's not even really shooting it. Whatever.
You're having to predict where she's going to fall.
I'll try and aid him with the survival as well.
And you don't really have an idea of what the location is where she's falling?
Or is it like a 2D plane?
No, you just probably don't have another point of reference to know how far she is.
Oh, yeah. It is space.
She's kind of falling against the backdrop of space, yeah.
You make your best guess. Gate opens up. You're on the ground next to you, guessing? Or just in the air?
Just outside of the portal. Of our bubble.
Okay, I got you. You tear open a hole into time and space, creating a instantaneous circle that bridges between 2 points. And you look up into the sky and see some hundreds of feet away the falling, flaming goddess.
So it didn't work?
It's close, but it's not directly under.
Not directly? Is she gonna hit the portal, though?
No, she's at least 80 feet. On your best guess.
Is she falling towards us?
No, she's falling kind of perpendicular to your viewpoint.
Go through the gate to her, open up the decanter of endless water, and cool her off on re-entry to the moon's atmosphere.
I
And
don't
pull
know
a-
if we want
pull
to
a
use
Revenge of the Sith, the
decanter of endless
firefighters.
water on the
Yeah.
fire goddess.
Make a pool of water for her to land in.
How much rope we got, boys? You hold one end, I'll jump through.
Yeah.
But that is the the whole vacuum of
Yeah,
space
okay.
problem, though.
You
Now
got
hold
rope.
your breath.
No, that's what you don't want to do in the vacuum of space.
Wait, how is she on fire in the vacuum of space?
If
God.
she's a fire goddess, I think
Yeah.
she makes her own fire.
I feel like she would be able to have fire around. It would feed off of her instead of oxygen.
Yeah, fuel's a mortal concept for that kind of stuff.
Yep, she's providing it through miracles.
Can I just keep on
That is a lot.
trying to pop open gates? I mean, there's no wait time, right? So
Yes, there isn't no wait time. It's just an activation item.
is it gonna rip a hole in time?
You're not sure.
Am I gonna create a second Godwood?
You hope not.
It'll probably be fine. I'll do it
You
again.
haven't really tested this thing's powers all that much yet, so you're still getting familiar with its drawbacks and limitations. But a limitation on its usage is not one of its limitations.
All right, well then I'm popping another one. Based on now I have a point of reference, which is the new portal. Theoretically, if you want to be extra nice, I'll just try that again and it'll be easier.
Yeah, make another survival.
And it was a nat 1, very close to a 19. Do I chop her in half with the portal?
No.
Okay.
You make your best guess and port it up there, and she falls just by it on her way to the ground.
That's somehow worse.
She still has not struck. She's got about one more action's worth of time.
Well, if you guys don't have any ideas...
I mean, it's probably the best idea. That's what we're currently doing. Can I spend
I
my
mean,
hero
short of
point?
gating us to under her and having one of us try and catch her.
Catch a
prefer-
falling god?
Prefer not to do that.
That is on fire, yeah. Not a good idea, but best that I've got.
Can I spend my hero point to make his last check be at +8?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
And then just everybody assist me. Do some trigonometry.
Currently aligning a few things.
Have my calculator out right in front of me. Oof. We're not getting amazing rolls today.
Yeah,
And it's a 9.
rough.
It's a 28 total after Vincent's hero point.
Yeah, plus
Wait.
if we assisted for anything.
Yeah.
Of any value.
Okay, I'm assuming Vincent is leading the check.
Sure, why not? I mean,
I figured it'd have to be Chaos since he's the one casting the portal.
Right.
unless I can just point my finger and
true.
be like, hey, do
Yeah.
it right there.
Okay.
If he can
You
point it out,
quickly.
if he can point out a spot, he'll be the one doing the check. If not, then I will be.
Doesn't seem exactly
Yeah.
Yeah, do it right there at that singular atom in the featureless plane space.
yeah.
It is difficult. Yes, you're having to think in like three-dimensional space with no reference points. However, you just happen to have created a reference point as she falls by the other portal, and so quickly you do some mental math, calculate where she was relative to that, and then adjust and quickly cast another gate. The moon begins to warp a little bit from the extreme amounts of energy being used, but it's otherwise fine at the moment. And the gate opens underneath her. She comes shooting out the other side, looking quite different from her usual appearance.
Oh no,
She
it's
appears as if covered in black ash, with wings of fire. I shall provide a picture.
Can there, Pyro, it's us, your boy.
something tells me that she's like how we had a dark Felinor, we now have a dark Pyros.
Yeah, we might have accidentally just created a whole Dark Pantheon to rival the other Dark Pantheon that already existed.
Right, I thought we already had one of those.
Yeah, this is now a
Yes,
darker
we've already
Pantheon.
won for reference. Um,
Steve, do
she
you by chance have a way of turning up your input? I got you maxed out. I still can barely hear you. I don't know if you can just
Who,
scream
me
into the
or
phone.
Fate?
For you, Steve, Renault.
Yeah, how is this then?
It's a little bit better. Marginally.
So, she comes shooting out the portal, looking quite different, much more dour and dark. You can't even see her face. Her flames are so bright that she has nothing underneath her hood by comparison. Just furious flame, boiling lava, dripping off of her like acid. As she goes shooting out of the gate, kind of limp, and then crashes into the ground some 30 feet away, with the remainder of her velocity being somewhat arrested by the sudden trajectory change, where she comes to a flaming stop. Still lanced through her is a shivering, almost branch-like structure made of light.
Does it look like something
She's
Pyro
grabbing.
or Felinor would be throwing?
He's known to use spears, javelins, generally long stick sort of things. So yeah, it's not untoward.
Well, at least it's not that other spear that I threw a while ago.
Yeah, it's not that one.
Alright,
I mean,
Steve,
I
go up
guess
and
we
do a
can-
medical.
Yeah, I'll try and heal her. Move the bubble closer to her.
You guys will head over there. You can see a star being born slowly on the horizon, as something is climbing out of the crater.
Vincent, that's probably Felinor. Can you get ready to intercept him while I try and stop Pyros from being dead?
I can probably not die to him for several rounds, if that's what you mean by intercept him.
Yep, that's
You said
good enough at this point.
you said my ring was warping a bit.
Surface is warping a bit, like it's slowly becoming the surface of water.
We probably don't want that. Guys, I don't think I can gate very often anymore.
Well, you did just gate like 4 or 5 times within the
Yeah.
course of like a minute.
Don't worry though, I have my Crisis of Faith back.
Do gods count as divine spellcasters through that?
For him, yes.
So it does
Okay.
66 and 68 damage. Pretty hefty.
I think it's just the D8. I think a die size goes up if they're divine caster.
It says... Oh, or. Yeah, it says or. Never mind.
Yeah, you get to choose.
Alright, well. How's Pyros doing?
Not great. She has a lance that's still stuck into her, and it appears to be cracking her surface the longer it's in there. It's almost like an infection, a vine that's spreading through her body. She's not able to do much more other than try to pull it out of herself.
Do I know what a heal spell would do to a god?
You're
think
not
you just-
sure.
Just pray
You
to
don't
her
think
really
much.
hard.
I believe in fairies.
Yeah, then in that case,
Ring
I'm just
some
gonna hope
bells.
that it's symbolic healing like the other guy had, and I'm gonna try and pull the spear out and triage the spear wound, I guess.
Okay, give me a medicine. This is, by the way, what's approaching slowly.
Come as close as you'd like.
That does
But,
not look like the old Felinor that we were fighting. I guess it does a
This
little
is the
bit.
third Felinor.
How
That's
big
the
is
old
the
one.
bubble? 20-foot radius bubble?
About 15 feet.
15-foot radius? Okay, well, I get 15.
Yeah,
I get
wait,
30
radius
feet
or
away
just
from.
wide?
Hold on a second, boys. If all these are the Dark Pantheon, then the new Pantheon was the Dark Pantheon. So the god, like the World Destroyer, maybe that's him.
This is a different version of the best, but he's like trying to destroy everything instead of create stuff.
Everything is no longer up to his. Rather than making the universe live up to his standards, he's just destroying it.
He's changed his mind on how to make everything better. Needs to start over.
Yep. Rather than add, we'll subtract. No, he has a. He's strange, Reynal, but he has a strong, symbolic attachment to Felinor. If it's not Felinor, it's somebody who is thoroughly impersonating him.
Can I message him? Is he close enough for that yet?
Yeah.
It's
about 200 feet.
I'll message him and say, "Hello, truce, please. We just need to talk everybody down right now. Feel like
Hey
we
there,
can come to an
Felinor.
understanding here."
It's us, your boy. Can you chill, please?
Yeah.
You don't get a response.
I'll message again. Pretty pleased with the cherry on top.
Treat us with respect, please.
He isn't even looking in your direction.
Doesn't sound very respectful to me.
Wait, he isn't looking at her? I thought he was coming towards us.
He's coming towards you, but he's not looking at you. He's still staring down at the goddess that you're currently assisting.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll try and move in between him and Pyros while trying to patch Pyros up and have Vincent stand even further behind me.
Yeah, and we'll just stand stalwart in between
Put as
them.
many bodies in the way as we can.
Just push Chance in Pyros' direction and say, here you go.
That's fair enough. Okay. So Reynal, it's your first time operating on a god. It's weird. In particular, it's like she doesn't have organs. It's like she's a three-dimensional painting almost, which contains a vessel of ichor. It's moving around in there. There's some sort of method to it, but it's completely alien to you. So you're not quite sure where you should pull it out, or if it's best to just leave it in and just like cut it off and try to just wrap it, or you're not sure. Which of the two approaches do you think you'd like to pursue? Removing it or cutting it off and dressing it? One leaves it
Probably-
inside her, one removes it.
Probably removing it if it seems like it's trying to spread.
Fair enough. It does seem invasive, yeah.
Then yeah, I guess I'll try and remove it and see what I can do from there.
Okay. It takes some doing. Give me a strength save. You're really straining your muscles here, but it's fighting back with you. You're going to need some help.
If he calls out,
Marv will get in there.
Yeah, I'll call
Oh, yeah,
Mars
yeah.
over.
The two of you are starting to pull out of her. It's coming out like an inch or two every second or so. But it's got another 10 to 15 seconds, you think, until you can get this thing out of her, let alone dressing the wound.
If
You're
Eleanor
going
is
to need
just
some time.
if Eleanor is just edge walking over to us, can I just go yank it out carefully?
He's coming in at about a rate of about 30 feet per second right now.
Oh, he's not edge walking. Okay, I see.
Nope,
Well, but if he
he's
is like 200
aggressively
feet,
floating.
he
Never
can
mind, then
try
good luck.
and yank the bolt out and then just chuck it back at Felnor, see what happens.
That's true. Hoisted via your own petard. How far away am I? Yeah, I'll just go over to. There's no point in me being 20 or 30 feet different, honestly. So I'll just go over to Pyros and attempt to pull it out.
Yeah, fair enough. Chance is unsure what in the hell to do in this situation, so she is just cowering at the moment. A little overwhelmed by the situation.
We're just not having a good time today, if I'm honest with you.
Hang on, let me get Marvin there. He's not doing too much better, unfortunately. It's
he get
really
that
fighting back. It's like trying to pull on a raccoon that's got its hands on a shiny. It just
Yeah.
refuses. But it's still coming out, just not at a much faster rate.
I guess I'll just go back to prepping for Felnor. How far is he?
Fair enough.
200 feet?
Well, he's
That's-
about 140 now.
Okay. So he's gonna be here within one round then, right?
1 to 2 rounds, yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose.
I think I only caught part of that.
I suppose I could dimensional anchor. Though, knowing that he's a god, that probably won't do anything, but I know I probably won't use this any other time, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
Fair enough.
I mean, he's not really teleporting, he's just moving fast.
Right. But at least he won't be able to, pull some shenanigans out of nowhere, if it does succeed.
Chains will wrap around your arm and then shoot out at the approaching god. You have to kind of time it because he has to be within 30 feet for you to even pull it off. So you get ready. The end of the chain is clinking in the air, waiting for its moment to strike. He doesn't seem perturbed by it. But he is still approaching. Anyone else doing any other actions? You've got about one more before he arrives.
Is it one more until he's like killing Pyros, or is it one more and then it's like, okay, now the fight begins?
One more until he's in your personal space.
Can I give one more tug on the... I mean, it won't be pretty even if it does come out, but just one more tug on the spear?
Sure. We'll get Marv to help you out.
Yeah, I'll be helping as well here. I'm
Alright,
still
well,
trying to pull it out.
that's a good sign. Oof. That was a good one. Well.
It comes up a bit, so it comes up about like 4 or 5 inches and then stops again, and you're still back to the inch. You've still got another 3 to 6 inches down there, you think.
Alright, so just one round, boys.
Step away from her.
No thanks. I don't consent to that.
Who are you?
Actively not consenting.
Step away from her.
By whose authority are you commanding us to do this?
The aura behind him will brighten into a blazing star. By my authority.
Who are you again?
Who are
I don't
you?
recognize you.
Yeah, do you have any form of photo ID?
Yeah.
Two preferably.
Like, I don't think the TSA would let you through with that reasoning. Come on, man.
Yeah, we need your social security number and a account.
Please
You've
show us
bought
your
enough time.
portfolio.
You've bought enough time that you can get that 6 seconds in. He's definitely not happy with you, but you've gotten enough time now that you're managed to finally pull the damn thing out, and you have it.
Feeling is mutual.
I would say we shouldn't toss it at him.
Not yet. Let's
Yeah,
keep that
I'll
one on the
probably
back
just
burner.
toss it away from Pyros for now, and then get to work on closing the wound.
Have Marv's hand, keep it in his hands. Wait, he's not
I
undead
don't know
anymore.
that we want to. I don't know that we want to touch it since it was spreading.
Yeah,
I
he's
got
not,
it when
and
you
Marv's
got
isn't
it.
undead anymore, so
He's normal.
kind of forgot about that.
Yep. With an exasperated sigh, he'll... Fine. Flames will begin flickering on his shoulders. They're struggling as he brings a finger down to point at one of you. If you don't step aside, then your life ends here.
Dude, I don't want to get on your bad side. Like, you're clearly somebody impressive, but you're not telling me your name. So, like, you could be literally anybody, and this is, from what we understand, Pyros. Pyros is kind of, generally somebody who we assume is a good god.
I like Pyros.
Yeah, we kind of like Pyros. I mean, minus the whole
Yeah, basically
causing
tell
the sun
Felnor
to
to
explode
stuff it,
recently.
and we're saving her.
Give me a diplomacy.
Fuck, I'm not exactly great at that.
Yeah, I'll give one here.
Oh, but it was a nat 20. When we
Oh
needed it.
my goodness, when the world needed them most. Iron Jesus just coming in strong here. A 20 and a 19, not bad.
35 on diplomacy to tell a god to stuff it, apparently.
You make your case quickly, that we should all calm down a bit, and at least the situation should be explained. Maybe you can step away once you know more why he needs to get to her, etc. He'll pause for a moment, staring down at Kios, and then float down to the surface, where he'll finally arrive with a dull thud. He grabs his helmet and he begins pulling it off. Hang on, let's do this. This is what lies underneath it.
That doesn't look like Felonor.
Oh dear. Yeah, I think Felnor had skin the last time we spoke to him.
Two burning coals in his eyes will lay down on the party. She deserves death for her crimes.
What'd she do?
She has distorted and destroyed 7 worlds, and I shall not stand for it.
Are you Felonor? Is he claiming to be Felonor? He doesn't look like Felonor.
Alright, new phone, who dis? You removing your helmet, I gotta be honest with you, it didn't help anything. I guess I can do a religion check to see if I understand him. Would that help?
You don't think so?
Alright, well.
At least not immediately.
Like, I appreciate you coming down here and talking to us and everything, but I still don't know who you are.
I am the Pantheon,
Yeah,
All of it.
that's probably
That
not correct.
remains.
That doesn't seem right to me.
Doesn't sound good.
Are you like the fucking Power Ranger thing? Are you Zoltron?
He's Voltron.
Voltron, there you go.
Friend.
Has he made some kind of god Shahutra?
He pulls down one of his lances and points at her. I am the remains of 7 pantheons, made whole.
Oh. I'm assuming that's the 7 pantheons, or from the 7 worlds that she destroyed.
Yes.
Yeah. That sucks, dude. Sorry to hear about that. So you think that her, her whole expanding the sun thing, that was her trying to destroy this world?
He decided to destroy another, and I decided to end it here, before the bloodshed could begin.
Alright, so this Pyros isn't from our pantheon.
Sorry, could you say that again?
This Pyros isn't from our pantheon. If...
He is from this world.
Oh, but there's been 7 different Pyroses that have decided to kill worlds, and then all of them are wrapped up into this one evil one?
Always I have been too late, but for this day.
That's rough, dude. Shit.
Well, it's the first time he's been this early, so he's never tried diplomacy, so we're fine.
Right.
Yeah, he should have set an alarm before the other one.
Yeah.
He cannot be saved.
Why do you think that? Have you tried?
Have you asked her why she's so mad?
I know why she is mad, and it cannot be resolved.
Because her kids are dead, right?
Yeah, if you're the full pantheon from 7 other places, shouldn't you have at least some of her kids in you? I don't know, I don't know.
My sins cannot be washed away by something so simple as an apology. It is a crime that shall be answered in blood.
Right, but if she's from this world, then she isn't the one who killed your 7 worlds.
Not yet.
She's just a
But
different
she will
version of the
become
same.
the one that destroys yours.
Right,
If we stop her,
but if we stop her, then she wouldn't be the person that you're trying to hunt down. Correct?
that's
You're
how
on a
trouble works.
fool's errand.
Yeah, but like that's where I do my best work.
What better than a bunch of fools to run a fool's errand?
Right.
It's true.
My
How many wild geese do you think I've caught in my life? Quite a few.
Show them the bag of ferrets. Or whatever,
Just hold
weasels.
them by their necks. Just
bag
grab
of
them right by
weasels.
the necks.
Alright, so that is, she's pissed because all of her kids are dead, right? We are correct about that.
If you wish to convince her, then you should hear her yourself.
Alright, well, are you gonna kill her?
Well,
Are
then
you gonna
give us
wait
time
for
to
us to
wake her
talk
up
to her?
then.
Ultimately, I will be forced to.
Right, but like right now, can we at least talk to her? And you're not gonna
If you
charge.
wish to have your icon destroyed.
I mean, if she's actually bad, then fine, you can kill her, and then no harm, no foul. You know, nothing
Well,
of
no,
value
don't
was
phrase
lost.
it. Don't phrase it that way, because then he'll just start charging forward. But
Well, if we decide that it's fine, then it's fine. Then nothing of value was lost.
yeah, and then we can go home and say, yeah, guys, sorry, Pyros was evil. Otherwise, we're gonna have wide-scale riots. So we have to at least try.
Importantly, he's couched himself a bit in religious language in that last sentence. Reynal, you know what he's actually getting at. What he's saying is that if you talk to her right now, you have these lofty perceptions of this lady. They're just going to be annihilated when you speak to her.
I think it's fine. Probably overestimates our
I mean,
expectations.
Luckily, none of us are Pyros worshippers, so we shouldn't have a big
Right.
dogma shift or anything.
It's fair.
So I'll walk over. Is she conscious?
she's kind of drifting in and out right now.
I don't know. Use the bucket of water, the infinite water source. Start
I'm
dousing the
not
god of
gonna
fire.
dump infinite water on the god of fire.
You think that might destabilize her condition?
Well, now we know. If she starts getting all snippy with us, we'll just douse her with water.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna keep on trying to heal her if he's not actively trying to kill us.
Got a good
No,
idea of
not
waking her
currently.
up, big scary Pantheon? The 7?
He's sitting there with his spear in the ground, leaning on it a bit as he watches the situation
I wouldn't
transpire.
ask him for help. His option to wake her up is probably gonna be stab her in the face.
Yeah.
I don't. Chance will start speaking up. I don't understand. What?
Bad
What's
news. Your mom is evil. We're working on it, though.
What?
Well, possibly evil.
Allegedly evil. Has not done anything evil thus far.
You know, the goddess of love and fire. Yeah. Turns out her way of loving was to swallow the planet with a sun. So.
It's like one big sun hug.
Yeah. She just really wanted to
That
get
sucks.
close to us.
Well, in fairness, you're talking about her daughter, the goddess of love and magma. She's fire, beauty, and flames.
There you go.
Wait, sorry.
Wait, that
Fire,
yeah.
fire and flames kind of redundant.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yes. Anyways, her flames have darkened enough that you can finally actually see her face in there.
And like
She's breathing heavily.
kind of just tap her awake a little bit. Hello.
I'll kill you.
All right. We've done that once. Quick question. Why are you trying to destroy the Earth? Or Serzahnk?
She looks a little bit out of it as she's trying to focus on your face, but you can tell she's not quite able to. She says, "It's all lies. You've told them all lies. I can't believe that I've gone on with it for so long. You should die here."
Is she speaking to me, or is she speaking to the 7?
She's
Probably
speaking to you.
7. Oh, fuck.
She's not. She doesn't seem fully aware of her
Right,
surroundings at the moment.
Just me in general. I don't really lie that much. Alright, in game I don't really lie that much. So okay. You can kill me, but can I just at least know why you're trying to destroy the entirety of Serzahnk? It's not a really cool move.
Or if you are trying to at all.
What point is there? What point is there in this world?
Oh, because you're kids?
What point is there in any world?
Speaking of, I would like to introduce to you your daughter. And I'll do the presentation hands to Chance.
You put some jazz
Lies
hands in there?
Huh?
Your lies will not move me.
No. So, if I remember correctly, you had a daughter that vanished. At some point, she ran away to save herself, causing one of your other daughters to die. That first daughter ran away, fell to Serzahnk, lost her memory, and has been searching for you and her family ever since.
Second daughter.
I think it's second daughter. Chance, what's the earliest thing you remember?
Waking up in a smoking crater.
Well, there you go. Things that fall from space land in craters.
That is, usually a one-to-one
Just like
thing.
all those meteors.
I don't understand. Are you saying that she's
How about you come look at? Well, it might not be her, but how about you come look in her face and her eyes? Pyros, how about you look into her eyes, see if it sparks any. Well, don't spark anything, but you know, metaphorically sparks something.
Is my death not enough?
You're-
Must you parade these visions?
No, I'm not.
This
I'm not
is
really good with
reality.
visions.
We aren't parading visions.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not really good with visions or parades.
Why? At least I might see something I recognize before I die. Come closer, Phantasm. Chance will sheepishly inch in and bend down to look at her, and she'll shake her head. I thought I would remember her if I saw her, but you're sure?
Pretty sure. I mean, Kelshim told me that you were the daughter of Pyros. The plan was for me not to tell you, but it kind of, you know, had to happen this way, so here we are.
She bites her lip and closes her eyes for a moment. Her fist clenches a bit. It's fine.
Can I, like,
It's just
pray to
she'll
Kelshim?
kneel down and place her hand on the being's chest. It doesn't burn her. Are you my mother? Child, if I knew you, then you would have never made your way here. You are a sad, poor thing, conjured by a god of lies and deceit, made to wound me in my deepest of hearts. An illusion, a phantasm of something that I couldn't ever be, something that he would never allow. If you have some sense of self-awareness, know that it is an illusion, a trick.
Alright, how would
You are
we
made to suffer.
how would we test this then? Because if you got tricked, then everybody here is getting tricked. So, how can we test this?
Are you sure the trick is not a trick?
Double trick.
Yeah. Could have been tricked into thinking that it's all a trick when it's not a trick in the first place.
But what if we tricked into thinking that?
Triple trick.
That's true. That's true. They knew that
How
I
deep
would
do the
think it was
tricks
trick.
go? It goes all the way to the pudding shop. We never left.
Wow.
This goes beyond my progeny. There is something corrupt in you, something dark, desecrated, that you would seek to purge this world of what you think is filth. But there could not be anything more beautiful.
Who said that? Pyros?
Mhm.
Shit. How are we testing this?
You're not sure. She didn't offer advice there. She was just mad.
Oh. Kind of like crisis of faith her so she doesn't know, like, she isn't so stuck in her ways.
Damaging a god that's already on death's bed probably isn't the best idea.
How's my ring doing? It's still moving around like water?
Oh, your ring's fine. It's the surface of the moon that's not.
Oh. Oh, so we're not gonna touch that.
I mean, I think we kind of have to touch the surface of the moon standing
No,
on the moon.
I meant more just putting another gate down is probably not a good idea.
Give me a perception. Whomever has the highest in the party.
Oh, that's Renault, not me. But hey, 25.
Reynolds. Something curious is emerging from this conversation. You get the feeling that, yeah, it's important to her, her daughters, or daughter, as she understands it. But there's an even greater sin. There's something that's just eating away at her. and it goes beyond her progeny.
So that our house was ransacked?
I
Nope.
mean, if I notice that there's something deeper, I'll ask her what the sin that she thinks, or what this thing is.
Well, actually, you're a student of the canon, so I'll give you a little bit of an extra bit of information here. She strikes you as the sort of angry that comes not from the death of one's progeny, which is intense. But she's practically, and forgive me for saying so, biblically angry, and that sort of anger tends to stem from the death of those that you love, who you've married, wives, husbands, that sort. And that seems to strike true because she's not even really addressing her fake daughter. It's not that she's not pleased to see her, even though she thinks it's an illusion, but that she yearns for something different that was taken from her.
Do I have any idea who that would be?
No, you have no idea. She has been surprisingly chaste.
We did.
She'll like kind of pester people, and she's been known to kind of do some things with people from time to time, but never with any member of the Pantheon.
We didn't use up all of the fire in her house, right? When we made the scroll, the
No,
treaty.
it took all of it.
It took all of it?
It was
Oh.
Yep.
That's probably why we're
It's
having some problems right now.
it's still technically burning.
Oh, okay.
Scroll was burning.
The scroll, yeah.
Hmm.
Don't worry, the scroll can't be burnt by it.
Can we take some of the fire off the scroll and like without destroying the scroll?
The other Selnor went into like bloody rage when he saw the scroll, so that might not be the best thing to pull out right now.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess like we can try asking her who it is that she lost. Probably not going to end well, but
While you're deciding on that, I need everyone to select a card. All right. I've got one for column 2, row 1.
I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
No problem. Right. Then Raynal and Vincent have a roll off. Whoever has the higher number, we'll take it. Okay. Vincent, you were bottom, right? All right. And then I will stand in for Kios. You're going to have to roll off against me.
Wait, well, I roll again.
Yep, against me. Because I'm standing in for Kios's. All right.
Unfortunate.
The Saran tradition of tarot, the chariot card is willpower and ruggedness. Victory despite suffering. The chariot courses ahead, taking control of all aspects in their life or in an area that needs your attention. Alternatively, defeat and cowardice. Instead of heedlessly charging with courage, they sink backwards and give up before giving what they desire a chance. Why even bother is the energy of this card. Okay, so back to the question that you wanted to ask her. or will we wait until Pyros gets back?
Who was asking here? I think he was asking the
Yeah,
question. right?
sorry, what was the question?
Oh, so there was going to be a question formulated along the lines of that thought that you were having, because you can't recall any instance in the canon texts, and you've studied them a lot, where she even had inklings of love with the Pantheon. She's almost perpetually been seen amongst mortals. She's famously absent from the Pantheon except when required.
Yeah, I might just try and ask her straight out who it was that she lost, that she's so angry about.
What does it matter? She spits back. Even if you knew, there's nothing you can do.
Well, we can't try unless we know.
Fine. As if you'll believe me. You, scholar, some time ago, I've recently learned, I had a teacher. We grew up poor and not wise in our ways, and so we needed advisement. And the fates saw to it that we were advised. There were certain concepts, ideas, unfamiliar to us, that we needed to know in order to interact with the world below. Felonor, he felt that it was stupid to be taught the ways of the world. He felt that it was better for us to simply experience it, form our own impressions outside of those given to us by fate. That we should become autonomous, not bound to instruction. But I saw the merits, where he did not. He was an arrogant man. So, when he went off to begin his training, I grew closer to our teacher. Amongst them, there were...
I'm
how
back.
to even describe them? She's currently describing her lover.
Oh boy. All right.
Amongst the concepts that I found most difficult to understand was death. It took me a long time to understand how a thing can end. And reconciling how it would even be worth it to live, knowing that something would die. She helped me see the beauty in it. And I instilled something new in her. Fellow told us not to get close, to keep our instructors at arm's length, lest we infect them. And it seems that I infected mine quite severely. We absconded to the stars. And there, happily, we lived for quite some time. Of course, Felnor learned of this and was furious. She looks up at Yukios. You found it impure, facile,
That's not very.
beneath,
That's,
demeaning.
that doesn't seem.
Men.
That doesn't seem really accurate. I mean, seeing as what I now know about the people on Serzahnk.
tilts her head a bit. As if you would know of the people of Serzahnk. Always you have sought to rule them. Never have you understood them.
Me?
Not as she did.
Me?
I think she's looking at you, but I don't know that she's talking to you.
All right. I'll just say, like, bro, I'm a hermit next to the godwood. Like, that's
Oh
not-
yes, tell more lies. Of course.
I was raised by chipmunks, though. How can that be a lie?
She turns her attention away from you back to the scholar. So, of course, he decided that he would decide for me what was best for me and the Pantheon and the world. And what he decided, after we had become deeply entwined, was that we should have all of that taken from us. Stolen. Not just my blood. Not just her soul. The very memory that we had formed. He cast her down to the surface of this world. A babe. She knew not what she was. And so he spun a lie. He told everyone. The dark gods. Those were our teachers. And she was one of them. To this day, I think that he has only kept her here as a trophy, an ever-present, ever-lingering reminder to those who might remember that situation, that there are no lengths that he is not willing to go to ensure that the Pantheon remains the Pantheon. So yes, that goddess you worship, Vosham, we were once one. She turns her head away and back to Kios. Until you took her from me.
So you say that I cast her down as a babe. Like, literally a baby, or is just a babe?
Robbed from her all her memory. She was naught but power. And then you shaped her in your image.
Chance, does this potentially sound familiar?
No, I
She
think she
shakes
means
her head.
Vosham.
Huh? Chances what?
No, I
She
think
shakes her head.
Pyros meant Vosham. Chance
Yeah.
shook her head.
Oh.
I guess I'll try and bite the coin again. See if I can get Kernovos to unretire his mom real quick.
Yeah, you bite it, and a voice comes through. A little busy down here. What's up?
We need your mom. It's important. We think that's why Pyros is there.
God damn it. Right now?
Yeah.
Preferably, yeah.
Is there a corpse nearby?
I can... Probably. I
make
mean, we're
one.
next to Felinor's area. I can go get one real quick. It might destroy the fabric of reality on the moon, but I can go get one.
I wouldn't... Okay.
Yeah?
No.
Oh,
He
okay.
said something No, the yeah was... Of course it'd be that way. Alright. Okay. Sure. Why not? It's day one. Let's get messy. The voice cuts off. The ground begins to blacken near you, and distorts into a pool of liquid that begins to congeal. Rising up from the ground in a shrieking series of voices, this black tar begins to form into the form of of a somewhat short girl.
Moon is haunted.
Hang on one second. Ooh. Apologies, I didn't expect to have her on such short notice, but I've got her art. She arrives wearing a round cloak fastened with a cyan jewel, with shockingly purple hair.
Hello. Very different style. Hello.
She blinks unsteadily, and staggers backwards, holding her head. What?
You Vosham? Because your son is kind of an asshole.
She closes her eyes and sighs. Yes.
Alright, so
Okay,
we've
we have
convinced your
somebody
son...
we want you to talk to.
Yeah, we've convinced your son to let you talk to people, so... You want to talk Pyros down out of destroying the entire world?
What?
Yeah,
She
that's...
looks down. She sits with both of her knees down next to her and looks into her eyes and... You need to let it go. You're nothing. Nothing of what we were before. You're a hollow shell. Don't you tell me what to do. You're just his plaything. You don't believe that. You've never believed that. And you're not going to believe it now. She places her hand on Pyrrhus's. Do you remember our first lesson? I told you that the most human thing is to be scared. That is actually the most important quality of a mortal. It's not only a protecting force, it's also a guidance, but it can lead you astray if you let it control you. Do you remember that lesson? I remember it. Well, you should apply it then. I don't have long here. But you'll know where to find me. I suggest that we should meet rather than... She looks around. Whatever this is. We have a lot of catching up to do. Many things have changed. And it's okay for them to change. We don't have to be what we were before. We can be something new. I can't believe he would summon up her phantasm. She says as she looks up at Kios. I should have killed you. I should have killed you the moment that you brought Zahulu back. That was the time that I should have known. I should have known. It was right in front of me.
Yeah, you should definitely go and kill Felinor.
So you see, she can't be saved. She's still stuck in it.
No, she's not. No. She's fine.
Fine.
So, if you were to kill me, would it abate your anger? Would you destroy the world if you killed me?
To who are you addressing this question?
Pyros.
The world would be a better place, that's for certain.
But would you continue to expand the sun until it swallows Serzahnk?
If that's what I must do to rid this world of you. Besides, it's not worth living. This place, it's doomed. You've known. You've known this whole time.
So, if you kill me, you're still gonna kill everybody on Serzahnk?
What's the point in living in a world which has no end?
It does have an end.
It has a cycle of destruction, over and over.
The star will eventually do this action naturally. Just give it a few billion years. You're immortal. That's nothing to you.
Grant this world the mercy of never being set or touched by the likes of you ever again, even if it were to be sent into the pitch darkness of nothingness.
Well, your significant other, she was saying that, she convinced you of the beauty of it, right? So you're just gonna snuff out all that beauty? All those things that she enjoyed?
Are they not all lies to begin with?
Not for her. They weren't lies to her, Instead of, you can mourn her loss, and you will never be the same, and you will probably continue to be this dark version of Pyros for all of eternity, but if you snuff out everything that she enjoyed, everything that she loved, you'll never even get those times when you look across and you see something that reminds you of her. All those things will be gone, and then she will slowly fade from your memory, and you will truly be lost without her. She will truly die when you forget her.
It's already dead.
There's death is more of a concept than it is a fact. She is physically dead, but she still lives on through your memories, and you can act in a way that she would be proud of you for acting, thus immortalizing her through your actions.
Do you think that you will convince her?
Yeah. You're not helping, Seven. Honestly, you just need to shut the fuck up. You go away. Just for a little bit.
Fine, I shall continue to observe your downfall. But do not say that I did not warn you.
No, I wouldn't. I would never say such a thing. That would be an outright lie.
I don't.
She's struggling to get herself up now. She's started to recover a little bit of herself. I've never hated anyone as much as I hate you.
Okay. I get that a lot, though. So, hold on.
No chill.
Do you really think that your lover would be happy with you destroying all of Serzahnk?
Would you rather see it in chains? She looks to Vosham.
Oh, as in Vosham is in chains?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we're working on that. That was her son's doing. It's Kierno Voss's doing. Yeah, he's an asshole.
No, she says. You're enraging.
I am?
What is... Yes, she ignores you and looks to Vosham. What is it that you want? What should I do? You want me to let this man be, after everything he's done, after everything he will do? He's not going to change.
I'll shout over to Vosham. I'm okay with dying if it prevents the destruction of Serzahnk. I feel like that, of all the things, my chipmunk parents are long dead. Just go ahead and smite me.
I think the problem is she doesn't see you as you
Right.
currently, so killing you wouldn't actually fix her.
It's definitely a temporary band-aid solution, but it'll get us somewhere for a little bit longer.
Just want you to choose. She says as she finally comes to a opinion.
Vosham, you bitch. That's not what you need to say.
That's Pyros saying to Vosham.
Oh.
Fine. I choose this. She puts her hand on Pyros' cheek. There's nothing more important to me.
That's nice.
We will live to regret this, the both of us. Yes, maybe. But we'll be together. She'll reach up to the sky and the sun will begin to contract. One day, she says to Yukios, one day you will pay for what you've done.
Reasonable.
Perhaps not now, perhaps not by my hand. But you will be betrayed by this world.
Okay. That's fun. Thanks.
Vosham will help her to her feet. Let's go someplace quieter.
Hey, Vosham, can you make sure that once she gets, cleaned up and everything, she doesn't think that I'm Felinor? Because that'd be a big old yikes. Don't really want her
Just a
hunting me
little bit
down
out
for
of it.
all of the rest of my life.
Don't worry, I'll clear it all up.
Okay, thank you.
The seven crosses his arms as the two begin to walk off, and then just begin to dissolve into tar before that solidifies again.
Alright, so 7. Sorry I blew up on you a little bit. You were kind of getting on my nerves with your negativity. So this technically is a temporary fix. She did vow to kill one of the Pantheon, but not everybody on the Earth. Is that good enough for you to continue and search for the next world that might have a Pyros that might destroy everything?
I don't have much time left here as is. Your opportunity was here, and you have squandered it. But that is your decision.
Okay. So our world might still be engulfed in flame? And if that happens, you won't help us?
It will be incapable of doing so. You have ensured it.
Well, is it...
And my powers are better spent elsewhere.
Okay, so the probability of us dying via sun have significantly reduced?
I think it's essentially we won't die by the sun today, but we still might die by the sun.
I'll take that.
You shall see.
Tell him to shove it and go find some other world to become an 8.
Thanks for your help, 7. Appreciate what you're doing out there. Your services are no longer required, and I hope never to see you again, but if it happens... Oh, I muted myself. It's fine.
If that's how it'll be, then that's how it is. I mourn for your world. But at least it had a choice. Thoth! He says, screaming up to the heavens. Create for me a ridge. We move on to the next.
You have that?
Good luck.
Can you make us like a bridge down to our world? Because I think this
No,
might
I mean,
rip
we
up.
will just walk off of where the moon's kind of liquidy and try from there.
Okay.
He looks back with a shake of his head as he puts his helmet back on and vanishes into a fold of space.
Goodbye.
Okay. Well,
You are now alone with Chance on the surface of the moon, and she is extremely confused.
alright, so Chance bad news bears. Either A, Kelshim lied to me, B, Pyros is no longer Pyros, or C, I don't know if there is a C. It's one of those two.
I don't understand.
You see, Kelshim,
What with all that?
you remember during the cave when I met Kelshim?
Yes.
Yeah. So she told me that you were the daughter of Pyros, and that I should not tell you because then you won't achieve your full potential. Okay. Might have brought you here too soon and ruined your possibility of potential, or Kelshim was lying to me. Or mistaken.
So, I don't know how likely that is to begin with. I feel like I should have known.
You did wake up in a crater. Kind of a, you're either a god or an alien type scenario there.
Is it natural to not know the face of your own mother?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Will I ever have her back?
If it's true that it is Pyros, maybe / probably. If it isn't true about Pyros, then it's exactly the same as same chance as before we brought you to the moon. So I would say, honestly, you probably have a pretty high probability compared to other people. I mean, my parents died at like 12, so.
She looks up at you. Her eyes are suddenly glowing.
Like,
I don't understand.
Like like metaphorically glowing or like actually glowing?
Actually glowing.
All right. So your eyes are glowing. So something tells me that you're not merely human.
What?
Yeah.
She brings a hand in front of her face and sees that it's being lit. And she'll pull it away. What? What is that?
I'm sure that's a lot to take in.
Well, or she's become a risen after the scroll you resurrected her with.
Would you like to take some time at a nice island vista that I own?
She says as she grabs her forehead. Sure. Her hair is starting to spark.
All right, well then I'll double clap and take us all to my mansion, I guess. This time with dungeon.
The rift will tear open. And you will step into the perpetually sunset landscape island on which this strange revolutionary architecture has been formed in the shape of a manor. She falls to her knees there and grips the grass as her hair begins to burn.
I'll sit down, like cross-legged next to her and go, I have a feeling this is probably going to be like the transformation of really anything. It's going to be really painful for a bit, but I think it'll go away.
All right.
Just think how good you have it. I mean, your hair's catching fire, but a caterpillar literally dissolves.
What? She says, her eyes flying open. Look, my hair?
I feel like you didn't catch
No,
on.
I think it's a good fire. Yeah, I don't think you're on fire.
You're not on fire.
You're looking pretty hot.
Your hair. All right. Your hair is turning into fire. And also, I don't think you caught the second half of what I said. So to reiterate, to make you feel more optimistic about this, caterpillars dissolve, turning into butterflies. So you know, your hair catching on fire is a small thing.
He says, as the flames begin to curl up and kind of assume their own form. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be feeling this.
Well, if you were human, then
Well, do you
no.
want some pain meds? I mean, I might have some in the healer kit.
You get the
Yeah,
opium
you
out.
do. She'll gladly take whatever you offer her.
I highly
Yeah, I'll
suggest you
give
don't
her
take
whatever
that.
I have in the kit.
As your local hermit, do not take pain meds. They put microchips in
Yeah,
them.
but these are being prescribed by a doctor.
Right, but that's they have a microchip in it.
I'm not Bill Gates. Why'd I put a microchip in my morphine?
She struggles to her feet, and her arms are beginning to become inflamed. I don't feel so good.
Would you like me to try and pray for your mistress to come here?
What, mistress?
The Kelshim. You were serving her, weren't you? Or were you just two besties?
She had information I needed.
Oh, I see. Misinterpreted that relationship then.
It's all right.
Got anybody that you want here next to you?
That woman
Which woman?
that you say was my mother.
Ooh. Literally anybody else.
I'll make it through this.
Renault, bite the coin real
She'll
quick.
kind of lean on your shoulder as she stumbles a bit.
Ooh, she's on fire though. Renault, you wanna bite the coin real quick so we can get chance to her mom, who is with Vosham?
Are we sure that's the best idea? I mean, she was kind of angry the last time we saw her mom.
Yeah. I feel like this is one of those branching points. We gotta get her to her mom.
Yeah, I'll fight the coin and try and get Kernavos to either bring her to Pyros or Pyros to us.
Well, Pyros and Vosham. We don't need a repeat. And I also would like to not be there. Seeing as she thinks I'm Felinor.
Well, then just go inside when they come out.
Important thing to note, Reynal. Time works differently in Vosham's realm. It proceeds much faster down there than it does up here.
Alright, well that's good. It's definitely gonna help.
Oh, okay. So then Pyros might already be calmed down.
It's fine. I think I've got it.
Still want
she
your
looks
mom?
up to you.
Because, like, we got a way to get her here.
She looks up to you with a almost completely different face.
You got a different face, and since your mom didn't recognize you before, maybe this time she will. You still want her here? Haven't we seen this picture before? In a different campaign, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a picture we've seen of Pyros before.
Of Pyros, but before. Huh. Okay.
It's passing, whatever it was.
Okay. Good news. You're attractive. Bad news, your hair's on fire. And your face is different.
She looks up and she says, I know.
Cool. Glad to know you still have your confidence.
She looks over quickly at who's carrying the contract right now?
That would be Marv's
Marv?
probably.
I
Yeah,
think
it's
it was
bound
stuck
it's
to
bound to
Marv,
Marv's, yeah.
Yeah, Marv. She looks over at Marv and points at him. Are you alright? He'll, what? That thing in your backpack is burning. Feel it. Her eyes flitter for a moment as she's trying to understand. She looks to the sun far off in the distance. I can feel the sun.
Cool. That's good work.
I
If you can think of like 3 concepts or ideas or physical things that you feel very, very, close to, what would those 3 things be?
What?
Trying to establish your
I don't
portfolio.
understand. Portfolio? Come now, that's for the gods.
Bitch, do I need? I'll like double clap my hands and get a servant out here with a mirror.
What do you mean? Even if you say that she was a deity, then at best I'm a demigoddess.
We don't know who your dad/mom is.
What do you mean?
Well, if 2 gods get together, then would that be a god? It wouldn't be a demigod.
And who would the mother be?
Well, we did just resolve the last situation by Vosham and Pyros going off to live happily ever after.
Right. So I have a feeling maybe
those 2?
Maybe you're the new goddess of cremation or something.
Reynald. Your sword could help you out here.
Oh, what, from Detect Alignment? They're just pulling out the sword.
Heck, divinity.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that then. See what portfolios pop up.
It's fire, rebirth, and freedom.
Yeah, I think you're the new Pyros. Because you've got roughly her portfolio.
Good news, kid. I hope you liked Pyros before all this, because you now have her job.
Yeah, You're kidding.
I don't kid.
Wait. She studies your face. Alright, second opinion.
Do you want your Vosham back, or Vosham and your mom here?
Well, possibly your mom.
Possibly your mom?
Vosham and your mom.
The woman that I said, hey, this is your mom to you, even though we've barely met?
I don't... Wait.
She
Hold
would...
on. She holds up both of her hands. Her flaming hands. No.
You don't want her here.
No. If she is, then no. She's emphasizing.
All right, Renault, can you just
she's
bite
trying
the coin?
to get her words out.
Try and get Vosham and Pyros back here. Old Pyros.
No, I mean, this is Chance's problem. I don't wait till she says that she wants him here.
Look, it's hard to grasp and everything. Just pause. Do you want a godly opinion on this subject. We literally have access to gods that you can ask about this. Would you
Oh,
like one or two of them here?
I think I would like time to think.
Okay. Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you want. Uh, um, uh, except unless you burn down my house by being in it. But I assume that's gonna be a no. Um,
Sleep outside if it's necessary.
yeah,
The air's nice.
that's how I designed it. Or my ancient tutor designed it.
She blinks and stares down at your ring. That's so familiar.
Well, it does have a symbol of Pyros on it. So, uh,
And what's this other one?
Zahulu. Perhaps if the ring is familiar to you, maybe her face would be familiar to you, and I'll send for the servants to bring out the painting of uh Lorian?
Eoramus.
Eorminus. Eorminus? Oh, that not gonna work well with that.
It's a difficult one. Don't worry. Eoramus. Iorimus. The servants will dutifully go and retrieve it down, although they're going to need to get a ladder quickly. But they will get one and retrieve it and start pulling it sideways through the door, where they will set it for her. And who is she?
Well, she made the ring and this place. And I have her skull. Uh she also knew a secret that I'm not allowed to tell you because it might cause the gods, all of them, to unite and rip the world apart. Um,
I think I've got enough of
yeah,
secrets
I
right
feel like
now.
we're gonna put that on pause, maybe on my deathbed or something. Um, she created the Order of the Silver Crescent in the time of the ancient Hoot Kingdom, and she was the cause of the Kingdom of Hoot's demise because of the secret that I know.
That also-
You cut out Fate. I think you might
Oh,
need to be a little bit closer to
she
your mic.
she said, "Why does that all sound so familiar?"
Well, if I'm correct, you were probably there for it. You know, you did lose your memories after all, so.
I. She grabs her head. But that face is familiar to me.
I'm afraid that's all I really have. Do I have any of her writings or
Yeah,
anything like that? Her
yeah, you've got some.
diary?
You also jotted down all the stuff that you came across in the ruins. She'll start flipping through. All of this is familiar.
What kind of familiar?
And
Like your previous self familiar, or you knew her familiar?
she kind of distractedly reaches into her satchel and pulls out a quill pen, and starts writing. Kind of lost in thought. Her penmanship is an exact match.
All right, boys. Looks like I'm gonna be a servant to Pyros for the rest of my life.
And she catches herself. This is. She looks up at you. This is mine. She looks down at the ring. That's mine.
Do you want it back?
This
Like,
doesn't make any
I really
sense.
don't want to give it back, but do you want it back? I mean, if you are the true owner, then I'll give it back.
She'll put the quill away and waves her head. Now keep it.
Okay. Um,
well, in that case, do we want to try and gate to the hall and see if that jogs any more memories?
maybe to her the place with the Watcher and the spaceship and the warehouse kind
Yeah,
of
if we
thing?
go to that, if you go to that first floor we first came in,
As you say
that was
that, she
where the
reaches out to grab your ring, just like putting her hand over it.
Not like take it off my finger, right?
Oh no, she's just reaching out to basically wrap her hand around yours.
Oh, okay.
She grabs your fingers, and the surroundings will pop, and you're back in that white space. Yes, this is where I worked. I don't understand.
I can't hear that
Where?
music.
You can't hear the music?
I can't. The path, is it supposed to be playing?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't hear it at
Oh,
all.
just press F5. It might not have caught on your instance.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I made all these things, but why can't I remember what I looked like? Why can't I remember? She begins to just pull off some of the fire from her hair and begins to mold it.
I still can't
Um,
hear the path.
oh, still nothing?
That's a negatory.
Well,
yeah,
sad.
same here.
Neither of y'all can hear it?
No.
Weird.
I'm currently on my phone, so not at my desk, so I don't know if I can hear it or not.
Okay, let me try this.
There we go. We got it.
It is a somewhat larger file. It might have ran out of buffer space. She grabs a piece of her flaming hair and begins to form it. She's concentrating very hard, and it begins to form into a silhouette. Um, at first, it's the depiction of that statue that you've seen before, right? Of the angelic figure. But
Where was
she
it?
narrows her.
Where was?
Oh,
Oh,
like in the crypt.
oh, okay.
Um, she narrows her eyes though, and it begins to distort. Um, and slowly emerging um, is this tall woman wearing a mask, holding kind of leaning over with a large scythe.
Isn't that more or less what I saw? Without the mask?
Without the mask, yeah. And she'll reach her face, and she'll grab her face and pull her face off like it's a mask, revealing the bone underneath. She looks up at you, and she's the spitting image of Ocean. What am I?
That's a good ass fucking question. I don't fucking know. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you are the daughter of Pyros and Vosham, and that's where I'm gonna leave it.
That sounds right, and yet wrong at the same time.
Maybe if
If I detect divinity now that she's ripped off her face, is it still the same pre-portfolio things, or are they different now?
It's just death.
Huh. I don't know that she's just the daughter of them. I think she's become both of them.
That'd be kind of cool.
Also immensely terrifying, but cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, what happened to Kirno Voss? You know?
She places her face back on. That's a little disconcerting. I think I'll keep this on.
For now, maybe in front of people. Unless you gotta do that other job, your job of death.
I mean, I think Colonel Voss wanted to do that here for a bit.
She'll kind of rotate her hand, and as it does, it'll burn away her flesh and skin to reveal bone, and then she'll turn it the other way, and it'll turn back into flesh. This is quite unsettling.
It's kind of nifty, though, right?
I think I want to talk to Voshan.
Alright, you want us to call Kirno Voss so you can talk to Vosham? Yeah, it's just an extra step, but I want to validate and verify.
She'll just reach up, pull her face off, and begin looking at the ground.
Oh,
It's alright, I think I can get her in.
okay. You still need us, or?
I don't think... She looks up with sad eyes. I don't think you should see this.
That's fair, I guess.
Yep, that's probably fair.
Yeah.
Let's go,
Do you...
look somewhere else.
I can gate out of here just right quick if you want.
It's your decision.
Then I'll make a gate, but I'm gonna stay.
As you wish. Her arm will rot away until it's bone, and she will, with a gesture, kind of slowly unzip
Does
the space in
Mars,
front of her.
Vincent, or Renault want to go? Because if so, I'll pop open a gate.
Raid or die.
I'm not gonna look, but I'm not gonna leave either. I'll
Okay, you just
turn
close
around.
your eyes, have Mars guide you or something.
I mean, I'm just gonna turn around for now while the god of death is behind me.
Stick your fingers in your ears. Alright.
She begins to walk, holding her face in her hand as she does towards the seam that she's opened. Beyond is a towering, endless city that stretches off into the dark night. A variety of architectures smattering this landscape. Spirits are fluting to and fro, and you're looking out upon this city from what appears to be a giant eye socket. Nosferatu in chains will quickly head over to the seam, curious, and she'll step through kind of nervously and nod to them. And she'll look back. Well, if you wish to come, then... If not, I understand.
This
Yeah, I'd
seems
follow.
like a terrible idea, but that's what we're known for. So yeah, let's go into the city of the dead.
All right. I need everyone here to please select a card. Okay. Roll off.
Renault just rotated his icon. That was his selection. Doing D20s?
Whoever has the highest.
Oh, come on,
Well, I guess it's
Steve.
right.
Come on, man. We had to get
Right,
one from
Renault.
each row. Now it's not complete.
The Emperor.
You chose the most boring. Come on, man.
In the tradition of tarot, the Emperor is masculine energy, the ruler, red-scaled scepter before the golden throne.
Oh, they made it do
An
that.
authority figure or great power which stabilizes and cements all that's set before it. Alternatively, the decay of power, thinning of blood, or the theft of power and titles. You follow this lady, Chance, into the city of the dead. The Great Sepulchre, as Vosham likes to call it. And she passes up some bony stairs and through crowds of spirits to arrive at these large doors, some 20 feet tall. It's not particularly adorned here. It's all simple construction. But the doors have a great importance to them. She will take the doors in both hands, begin to pull. They'll creak open. A variety of tiny green motes of light will flit over and confused float around her silhouette for a bit and then buzz off, unsure what to do. And she advances into this dark chamber, kind of split with a giant reservoir of green light spilling out from a crack on the right. And in the distance, a small, somewhat spare library next to a stone throne, wherein sits a figure draped in purples. Sat before a crackling fire.
Sorry, I think I missed a bit.
You went up some stairs and she opened the door and there were some spark sprites that tried to attend to her and then they buzzed off. And now you're standing before this giant, somewhat simply decorated room, where at the end of which, in a stone throne, is sitting a figure draped in purples.
Oh, okay.
Very good question. Looking a bit like the following. Shut up. It's another place I wasn't sure that we would go, and so I didn't put the reference to it up on my monitor. Apologies. I had prepared for today's game, and then it has decided to leave. One moment. But yeah, what's y'all's reaction slash approach? You're just gonna follow her in?
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow
Yeah.
Chance's lead for now.
At this point I'm simply an observer.
Party approach is to not rock the boat. She'll advance kind of unsteadily into this room. Here it is. A little bit of a resolution shot than I was wanting, but that's fine. Very monochrome room, almost depressing. The figure doesn't stir when she enters. Overall. But she'll advance anyway. I think I get it, she says. I don't know how, but I don't think it's just that I'm her child. She'll walk up to the unmoving figure and place her hand on her shoulder. Yeah. Sure of it. She looks back to all of you. I don't know how, but we're the same.
Was she like a Pyros potion from a different world, or what does she mean by that?
She pauses to think about it for a moment. Something that they were talking about on that moon. Maybe he didn't destroy it. Their memories. She looks at herself. Or maybe he couldn't. I don't understand that. Why? She kind of leans against it, figure still not moving. Why would it be that I'm here now, then? She's postulating, by the way, Kios, that since you just got back, that there's something about the conversation that they were having on the moon. And how maybe Felinor didn't destroy it. Or perhaps couldn't.
About why she didn't?
No, she's talking about it like it's a subject. Like it's a noun.
Sort of like how we would talk about the Civil War, the incident.
Yeah. Yeah, except she's describing like when he removed those parts of Vosham and Pyros.
Oh, so as more of like an object.
Right.
Okay.
She says, I don't understand, but I think I might be that.
Who's saying this?
I guess, Chance.
Okay.
I don't understand, though. That doesn't make sense. She looks down to the figure in purple. What? Do you know what I am? The figure will shake its head. Well, if we talk, the figure will shrug. You know, you're not very talkative. You, you at least spoke on the moon, am I? What's... Is it... Is it that they're here that you can't speak, or... The figure will shake its head. Wait. Reynal, give me a religion. There is an interesting quirk about the Grand Sepulchre. There is no air here. So even if a mortal were to find themselves here, they wouldn't be able to speak. There's nothing to carry a voice. Spirits don't need it, so she didn't provide it. And the figure will pull off its hood a bit and look up, and kind of apologetically, it's the same purple-haired figure from before. And she'll kind of smile and place a hand. And try to, like, mime that she can't speak. Would you mind coming with us, then?
If somebody just invents a sign language, would I be able to use understand language to understand it?
I think comprehend language has to be something you're reading or seeing.
Something more has to be more established than just general hand movements.
Yeah, you need something like being able to read people's minds. That would work just fine.
Yeah, because it also can't break a code. So maybe if there was, ASL, you'd be able to use it.
Right.
Yeah.
But I doubt she knows we have, or
No.
she knows that.
No.
Does my mentalist staff have any more charges to it?
Yeah.
We
could also just try the classic of giving her something to write on.
I can toss my mentalist staff to her, pull it out of the shadows, and hand it to her, and just say, I guess I can't make noise, can I?
But she can talk to you, and you can think to her.
What?
Yep.
She can talk to me, and I can think to her?
Yep.
But I thought the problem was that she can't talk to me.
Well, her mouth is moving, and her throat is attempting to vocalize, but she's not speaking. But she is talking to you nonetheless.
Then would message work?
Yeah.
Then we'll do that.
It'd be very abrupt. It'd be like turning 20 questions into a dialogue.
I think the problem with message, though, is that you still need to whisper what you're saying. So if they can't talk, they can't use message.
Right. She is still
talking,
talking,
because it moves the audio. She thinks she's talking, at the very least. While you're all kind of thinking about all this, a sprightly figure will start walking into the room, confused at first. It is a familiar one.
A familiar one?
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm an idiot.
Somewhat familiar, at least.
Sorry, I had to turn up my volume a bit.
No problem. Am I coming through poorly?
Sometimes you are, and sometimes you're kind of quiet. I don't know if it's like you're away from your mic and you're talking like, loudly or what, but I don't know. It's probably on my end.
First, you don't quite recognize her, but the way that her mannerisms and such, those are coming through clearly. Um, she'll tilt her head at you guys and smile and stop as she sees this giant flaming person, and her eyes will widen. She looks to you guys, and then she looks to the chair, and she looks to the figure, and then she looks to you guys, and then she looks to the door. And then she'll go over to the door and she'll close the door. She holds up a finger, reaches into her satchel, and will uncork a bottle and toss it, and uncork a bottle and toss it, and uncork a bottle and toss it, and uncork a bottle and toss it. And then she'll wait there with her fingers on her eyebrows as she taps her foot impatiently, kind of moving her lips. And eventually you'll start hearing her. Is that enough? Can you hear me?
Yeah?
Yep.
Oh, I hate the silent treatment. Well, this is an unexpected reunion. I thought that you would message us first, but you're here now.
A reunion?
You're here now. She'll walk over to the throne and she places her hand on the person next to her. We decided to retire. At least for a little bit. And, well, she, her cheeks redden a bit. I may have done some things, not knowing quite what I was doing, and that may have resulted in, she says as she looks up to the flaming figure, some unexpected consequences.
Is this Pyros?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we forgive Pyros. I don't know if Chance
Are
forgives
you
Pyros, but we forgive Pyros.
are you gonna try and kill me? You're saying that a lot.
What?
I know you thought that I was Felinor, but are you actually gonna try and kill me?
She holds up a finger. She tries to gather herself. Her cheeks are a little bit redder. Very sorry about that. Yeah, I wasn't in a good place.
No, we know, and it's water under the bridge and all that. Um, just wanted to, or I guess with you, magma or fire, but I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to be hunted by the goddess of fire and love and beauty for the rest of my life. So
No, although I was hoping, she looks up the flaming person, that you might be able to help with that.
yeah.
That's the one thing that I haven't been able to fix yet.
Speaking of, um, you definitely need a support group or something for people that you just throw into godhood.
That was another, well, okay. She's trying to grapple and find a way to put this together quickly. An acquaintance of mine did something for me that I didn't know that they were going to do, and when they did that thing, it then did this other thing, and I didn't know that that was happening. And whenever I did that, and then I slept with that lady, and then those things happened, and this other Felnor came in and received the temple, and that things happened, and then I went crazy, and some things happened. They led in unintended ways to the current situation. I didn't think that when I kind of sort of said that I'd go on vacation, my portfolio would decide to also take one.
Well, you did basically say, hey, I'm not going to be doing my job anymore, so your portfolio is probably like, all right, then fuck you, I'm going to somebody else. I feel like that's a reasonable series of events of saying, hey, I'm not going to do my job, therefore the job is going to be given. Oh, Steve died. Therefore the job is going to be given to somebody else.
Yeah, perhaps. Um, Look, there's, I'm sure, a lot of things that you're here to talk about. And let me just start off by saying that this is a little awkward, so it's okay for you to feel awkward too.
I don't feel awkward. What about this is awkward? Oh, the fact that you tried to
Well,
kill everybody on Serzahnk?
no, that's not what I was talking about, but yes, that too. Look, she says as she looks to all of you, rather than the flaming person. I can only think of to put it into this way. Imagine, if you would, someone took all of the skeletons in your closet and buried them and then resurrected them and made them a person.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yes, well, she says as she looks up, it's also kind of awkward.
Well, like I said, with at least with me, water under the bridge. You know, I don't really care that much.
Yeah, we all have our bad days,
Yeah,
and sometimes they're just worse.
but do you
But
recognize?
good
Do you
news.
recognize her now, though?
Um, well, yes and no. Sorry to say.
Turns out she was slash is Yormis.
Um, was. Yes. I look, sometimes when you get drunk and you're a goddess, and you do some things with some people, and some powers get a little freaky, fate may conspire to do some things on its own to leave you a
I'll look
interesting
to
surprise.
I'll look to um, Chance and go, oh shit, she just called you a mistake.
No,
Feels bad,
no,
man.
Feels
we were
bad,
wanting,
dude. Dude,
Yes,
we were
yes.
we were wanting, but well, you're both, she says, looking up to her. To answer your question, which I'm sure you have many, you're both. That doesn't make any sense, she says. No one can be two things. Well, yes and no. Uh, Technically, although don't feel bad, it was at a very young age, probably days, weeks after the evening I shared. Um, you just you when you were killed, she sits down, and that was after you decided to rebel. It seems that, well, you were waiting for a suitable body to come back to. And the criteria for that is rather spare. So when I decided to have a child, it seems that you also decided to join us in that endeavor and become that child. So, in a way, you are literally the love we shared come back to us. Just, you know, with your own will now.
I feel like we can all look to this as a, in a wholesome light.
Well, yes, except that. Look,
That you
I.
abandon the love that you had for each other for I don't know how many years.
What do you mean? It's just a literal manifestation of the love that you had.
Oh.
Um, just walking around. So we wanted to. She puts on a wide grin as she looks at the party. We heard that you did a fantastic job with Grinhold's prince, and helping him out until he was ready for the throne.
Our nephew? Yeah.
Yeah.
Good kid.
Would you mind having a second?
A second nephew? Or a
Well, not
niece?
by blood, but yes.
By blood, she says.
Of course, we'll be sure to do what we can to help you, but it's probably for the best that, well, what remains of Felinor not hear about this.
So we had to guide the Prince of Grinholt to the kinghood, and now we have to guide her to goddesshood?
We're moving up in the world.
I know, right? Like,
We're
geez.
now the uncle to the god of fire and rebirth.
I know. We're really branching out here.
Um, there are some wrinkles that you should be aware of before you consider saying yes.
Moody.
First, Kirnovos has no idea about any of this.
Was he not?
I feel like he
But
should, because isn't she also the goddess of death? Like, wouldn't that rip away his portfolio?
no person can share the same portfolio. Uh, you can only have control over an aspect of reality in a particular regards or context.
So did he suddenly lose one of those parts of reality in his portfolio?
Well, no, and that's why she should be cautious, because as he is death, she is the defiance of it.
Rebirth?
But she can turn into a skeleton person and become death.
That is interesting, she says as she mulls that over.
Right? I'm not mistaken in this, right?
Then
That's at least what we saw.
surely you would then share power, and Voss is not one to share power.
Do you, Chance, do you want to demonstrate for our friend here?
I don't think I should, she says, as she looks around. If this is, in fact, the Grand Sepulchre, then surely he will feel it if I reveal myself here in such a way.
Gotcha. Alright, so she's secretly death.
It's a part of her, just as I am a part of her, and Votion is a part of her. But she's also her own person. And so I didn't want to. I wanted you to have the freedom to choose that we never had. And that's why I sort of went on vacation. To make sure that I am not untowardly affecting you.
Well, Chance, good news. At any point in time, you can just decide to be the goddess of death.
I'm not sure that's a good thing.
Well, you know, if you ever want to, you have the option.
This is all a little much, she says as she sits down. I don't even know who or what I am.
If I have this right, you are a goddess who, in defiance of her mother, created a sect of humans that, or of people that brought Arcana into the world, and um, you yourself knew a secret that would destroy the very fabric of society, at some point you died, and because of the knowledge that you had, you then became Chance, woke up in the crater, and then voila, you know the rest.
Yes, and to go full quick timeline, how this works out is, two of them meet, fall in love. Felnor finds out. Felnor both rips their child away from them and their memories of each other away from them. He casts Vosham down to the planet, unaware, um, and basically appoints her as a new member of the Pantheon, which people accept because of the canon, which he then begins to spread, before he goes off to prosecute
Wait,
his war against the Dark Gods.
so Vosham wasn't a god at the very beginning?
Yes and no. They didn't go into specifics on that.
Okay.
She taught Pyros
Okay.
on the Never.
Sure.
Not that they brought up the Never. They did not bring up the Never.
Yeah.
So that happened, and it turns out that Felnor didn't just destroy that stuff that he ripped out of him, he just turned that into another person, hoping to have someone else under his control. That person then rebelled, got themselves killed after basically teaching mortals magic, and learning a dread secret. And then, since then, has basically refused to die
That's pretty hardcore.
until they found a suitable vessel to return to, which just so happened to be made recently. And so they made themselves at home in that. Where they've been kind of slumbering until recently.
All right, then.
So yeah, that's the situation. Now, you should know, in addition to Voss, who is now death, Felinor will, if he learns of this, even in his damaged state, find some means to attack. I'm sure of it.
Didn't
And
the contract that we signed, didn't it block that somehow? It was, don't attack another member of the Pantheon.
she nods. I'm familiar with the contract. We all know it. However, hers is an existence such a blight to him that he would gladly trade his powers to see her dead.
Why ain't that
He
fun?
would become mortal. And mortals, when cornered, are some of the most dangerous creatures in this world. So, I don't mean to impress the task upon you. Of course, you are free to choose. Nothing will befall you should you decide that this task is too onerous or too dangerous.
Well, after getting our nephew to kinghood, I don't have much going on, so I'm okay with doing it.
Yeah, I mean, our net.
You might find a comrade in the new king in this effort too.
Renal, you
He
broke
has
off
ways
after
of
our ne.
Oh, yeah, our nephew turned out fine, so why not try a niece? And yeah, I'd imagine the king would be an ally.
Okay.
don't wish for you to stay too long. Voss may come by to visit. Even though he is death, there is still much for him to learn, and much for us to teach him. lest all of that go out of control. She'll rub Vosham's shoulder. So, thank you, she says as she bows.
Oh, that's our cue to leave. All right. Goodbye. Do I just open a portal, or is one ready for us, or?
See you next time.
Vosham will look up and shake her head. You should probably see yourself out.
If Chance is our new niece, that means Vosham and nephew are sisters to sing.
Technically, she's sisters with both Pyros and Vosham in a weird way.
Oh,
Yikes.
then they're our nieces.
Yeah, no, we just have some Alabama type shit going on.
Yeah, both sister and child.
So we're gonna ignore that, and we're just gonna pop a gateway back to the king's presence. The
Fair
throne
enough. You GTFO. You throw open a portal, and target the throne room, which has now seen a number of rifts opened up in it recently. A small delegation of Sarin are startled off their feet as you walk through from the Grand Sepulchre via a 20-foot circle into it with a lady whose hair is on fire.
Hi, friends. Sorry to scare you. Hello, nephew. I'd like to introduce our new niece.
Niece.
Has he met Chance before?
I don't think he has.
He
I don't.
was.
I don't think
he
he was conscious
He was
when he met her.
yeah. He was unconscious when she was treating him in the cave, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only time that they actually came into contact with one another.
Well,
It's good you came, friends. But would you mind waiting a few minutes? I'm almost done with this trade deal, and these Sarn have been very patient.
oh no, take your time.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. We apologize for jumping in.
I had the ability to make the portal anywhere, so I just assumed you wouldn't be busy, seeing as you're a king and all. So I'll just we'll go into the waiting room.
Our mistake. Good luck with your trade deal.
Yes, and
As I leave,
it's
I'll
good to
shake the
see you
hand
back.
of each Sarin as I pass.
A little firmer than they would like, but
Yeah, a little firmer and a little bit more vigorous than normal.
Still lingering in the back of your head. Where did that head come from?
Oh, the skull?
If he's just fine. Nope, the head.
The head.
Yeah, remember when you guys met Kirnovos down in
Oh,
the
I
depths of
just
that
assumed
place?
it was an illusion.
me too.
No, yeah, that was. I don't think your head's gone yet.
No, so go ahead.
Oh, the head on my back?
No. You took that off.
The head that he tossed, that Kirnovos tossed at us.
Yeah, the head of this guy.
Yeah, that was just an illusion,
Prince.
dude. He's
Okay.
fine. Clearly, I see him in front of us. It was just all an illusion.
Fair enough.
Well,
I am
this
not
is an
one to
illusion. This isn't
contest.
our nephew.
Could be.
You head to the waiting room. A number of nobles waiting in line, somewhat grumpily in cases. An adventuring party that's also boisterously laughing and regaling themselves with the recent conquests. It's not too long before you're called in. The Southern delegation will look distractedly at you guys as they walk their way out. Um, the guard will stop before the gate and you four, 5, you are being summoned. The nobles will complain loudly.
Hey, we are the collective uncle of the king, and our niece. How dare you complain loudly? Yep. And maybe give him one of the.
They will complain of
That.
rampant nepotism, and this shows the weakness of the throne. And the guards will get angry about that, and there will be some heady discussion as you're escorted into the room. Sorry about that. Not everyone has accepted my rule as legitimate just yet. Working on that. So, what was it that you needed?
New niece.
Peace?
Niece.
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 New
Right.
niece.
You're our nephew. This is our niece.
Biological?
No
Collective
more than
niece.
you.
All right. To whom do I have the honor of meeting? He says behind his tapestry. I am Chance, my lord. It is a
My
pleasure.
lord.
Well, not your Pyros, but
I mean, kinda.
I suppose. Yeah,
He's-
you can keep
Are you,
going by
are you saying
chance.
that out loud?
Yeah. You can keep going by chance though. I guess it is your
The
name.
attendants will give you an eye. One of them will mutter about blasphemy.
Yeah.
Ha! My friends have a outstanding bit of humor with them.
I
Mind
just
you
walked
all,
out of a
would you
goddamn gateway into your fucking place, and you're just gonna go, oh yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about? Come on now.
It's okay. The nobles don't have to think that our nephew thinks that we're telling the truth.
It's fine.
Let him save
uh,
face. He knows we're telling
mind
the truth.
mind you all, would you please provide some drinks and refreshments for our guests? I'm sure that there are a plethora that you could receive out in the hall. The attendants will take the rather pointed instruction and leave the room to quote unquote retrieve refreshments. Now then, what's this about gods?
She is
New
one.
Pyros.
What?
Yeah.
Come now.
And I'll bow, say hello, say, I grant you my kingdom to the new Pyros. Wow. Everybody clap.
I'll go off clip.
From behind the curtains. Right. So how? Yes, how?
The how's a long story, but let's just say Pyros has retired, and
Retired?
yeah, and this is her maybe probably daughter who has now taken up the mantle.
Kind of daughter.
Yeah, I mean daughter's close enough, right?
Yeah, well, we'll call her a daughter.
This is this is true, he says to the newbie in the audience. Yes, my lord. Every word.
My lord.
You can just you
Pyros,
can just
please.
yeah, you can just call him
Chance,
nephew.
please.
Or I guess in
Well,
your
Yeah, as
case it
long
would be
as
like what, cousin, brother, something like that.
there's
I
no
mean,
crime in showing courteousness. It's the crown.
Nah,
nephew, please. Come on now. Okay, just. Alright, wait, was Chance the one who said that last line?
No, that was him, the
Oh,
prince.
that was him. Oh, okay.
Now king,
I guess if he wants it, that's fine.
Mr. Tiagda.
Mr. Nephew. Okay, got it.
Well, come forth. I would wish to see this new goddess and pay my respects. Of course. She'll step forward and approach the veil and kind of stop awkwardly.
Hmm.
It's fine. You can pass through.
Uh. Uh. After fate brought up. Hey, in character, I'm not gonna say anything, I guess. But after fate brought up the whole, maybe that isn't Tiagda, I don't want anybody going past the curtains.
Won't she catch the curtains on fire? Isn't she very on fire?
Yeah, she is, but I
No,
think it's
but
the
I
same
think
kind of
she can
fire.
control the fire.
I think it's the same
Yep.
kind of fire as the ever burning torch.
Okay.
She will kind of step to the side a bit and then walk past it. My lord, she says as she drops to a knee respectfully. No, it's fine. You can raise.
I'll
There's
shout
no need
beyond
for
the
this, my
curtain.
lady.
You're literally a goddess now. Don't have to kneel.
Very true.
She looks back at you for a moment and then back to the prince. It is my honor to introduce myself to you, Sarah of Grinhold. And it is my honor to receive you, goddess of fire? Yes.
What, fire, rebirth, death? What was the other one?
it's
Festivities?
just her
Well,
support.
the death one we don't mention. I don't think. I think it
No,
was
we don't.
fire,
We leave out
rebirth,
death.
and freedom.
Probably a good idea.
But it's just her supportive uncles screaming fire, rebirth, and freedom. You know?
Indeed.
Full-blooded, indeed. I won't ask you to submit accolades or any such odorousness. But, I am curious, does your church know? I haven't sought to inform them yet. That's probably for the best. Knowing Pyros, I expect that she has also decided not to tell anyone about this. Well, we shall keep this a secret between you and I, then, for the time being. Until you're prepared. Ready to announce yourself. Of course. Now, he kind of looks beyond the curtain. To what do I owe this honor?
We were told by Pyros and Vosham that you might be able to help us in both protecting her and readying her for her position. So we don't really have any specific requests, but we wanted to at least introduce you.
Let's see. Well, it is, of course, an honor to receive you, and the kingdom shall stand ready to assist you, milady, in any endeavors that you seek to, well, that you deign are worthy of your church. I would be glad to welcome in a new deity to this world, especially one so blessed by the goddess of fire. Yet, I'm afraid that unless you are announced, there's not much I can do publicly for you. Privately, I shall assail of you all of my networks, and I can perhaps discreetly serve as a liaison between you and your church, if you wish to make such connections privately. But you should know that, well, I don't expect this news will go over well for many of the churches. For yours, I'm sure that it will be fine, probably. The Church of Pyros is not known for attachments to things. I'm sure that they would, in fact, probably be excited to welcome a new goddess into their midst. But you've thousands of years of networking and relations before you regarding the others. And I must say, my lady, you are inheriting a legacy that, well, Pyros was not the most delicate of persons, even amongst the gods, to the other churches and pantheon members. So I must know here at the outset that I may better serve you. what shall be your policy with the other members of the Pantheon?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. We signed a contract with them. They have three rules. They can't harm.
I know. He holds up a hand. I've already seen it.
What? What?
Yes.
How did you see it?
He'll just smile patiently.
Oh, he's a member of Godwood, isn't he? Yeah.
It is as you say.
Yeah.
In some respects, it is partly by my authority it is upheld. And I think it a good one. So, back to the question, my lady, if you know. I don't yet. I'm thinking about it, but I've only just learned this in the past 40 minutes. Ah, so then you'll want to think on it some. Yes, if you would leave me to. Of course. Um, I would advise that you think quickly, however, as presumably the other churches may somehow learn of this transfer of power through, well, members of your church. Some may be wise enough and interested enough to notice the change of hands, even if it's the same portfolios. Uh, but again, you should prepare yourself for deityhood. It, well, it won't be like the life that you've led so far, he says with a kind of a strangely, uh, I'm going to sit you down and tell you about things that I've been through tone. Um, for instance, you should prepare to receive your first chosen. My first what? Your first chosen. Yes. In individuals who are strong enough with your portfolio, they may suddenly awaken to your power. You should be prepared to receive them and guide them. How? So this is going to happen regardless of whether I wish it. Yes. Good. Good. And, I presume I'll know this. I couldn't tell you, my lady. I am not a deity myself. Let me know if you encounter that situation, and I would be happy to learn it. Right. Well, it is good, then, to make your acquaintance, she says as she will step forward and hold her hand out, and they'll shake. And it is good to have an ally in this endeavor. Yes, about, he says distractedly, about the circumstances of the last 24 hours? And he'll kind of also look beyond the curtain.
Oh, that's our cue.
Do you mean the sun about to explode,
Yeah.
or something different? Because we stopped that one too.
Yeah, the last 24 hours has been kind of just a blur. You were stabbed at one point, right?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
afraid so.
Glad you've recovered. Good on you. Don't know who stabbed you. Have a good idea, but don't know. Um, Went to the moon, confronted Pyros and the Seven, who just accept that the Seven is like extra dimensional bullshit, and convince Pyros not to engulf the entire world into the sun. Yeah, good synopsis.
He gestures to her. This is the result of that, or
Well, Pyros was going
Yeah, I
to.
think it's related to them retiring.
It's Pyros. We convinced Pyros not to kill everybody, but we
wait?
can.
He holds up a hand. Them?
Who is them?
Oh yeah. Vosham also retired.
What?
Yeah, Kirnovas is technically the god of death right now.
Oh,
That was before you even got stabbed,
He's
honestly.
less of a dick now, though. Surprisingly.
Somehow, but also he's still exactly the amount of dick as before. He was just more helpful, I think. A more helpful, but still as much of a dick, Kirnovas is now the god of death.
Although the world is also going to end, so
Yeah, so priorities and all that.
right.
But
This is momentous.
yeah, big event in the history of the world. But in convincing, using Vosham to convince Pyros not to kill everybody, Pyros eventually then decided to retire, which led us here to a new god of fire, freedom, and rebirth.
Neat. Forgive me for being so glib about it. I'm just absorbing the well, the enormity. Uh, right. Well, I shall direct my priests to readdress their prayers, then I suppose. Um, my lady Chance, it, of course, was a pleasure to meet. If there is anything that I can do for you, of course, please feel free to reach out. I'm sure that your uncles will be more than happy to assist you with speaking directly to me. They still have means of contacting me, so it wouldn't be too much of a trouble.
Uncle.
Good.
Uncle. And of course, if you need of quarters or food or necessities or religious artifacts, anything from my vault, really.
Could
Just ask,
we
of course.
could we ask for whatever I wrote in that letter for the adventure armor with the runes of
what, the padded armor thing?
yeah,
Or
the ones
the
that you
rune of comfort?
the one that you can sleep in and not get cancer, basically.
I think that that would be the least reward that this kingdom could afford you.
I mean, it's just, quality of life for one night and not just,
So
If
he
what
has
you say
that.
is
Can I
true,
can I
then the
just
world owes you a debt.
can I just own an entire forest?
What
Depends on
forest
which
did you have in
forest you're
mind?
asking
Yeah,
for.
probably not that forest.
Can I can I be in control of the woods around the godwood?
The
I
woods
mean,
around.
I mean, I expect you not to grant me. I don't even think I really have the right to, quote unquote, own the Godwood. But I'd like to be in charge of the Godwood's protection. I think that should be a forefront of your uh, political policy. And that is what I would like. Pretty pleased with a cherry on top.
if you want to stake your claim on the god one, I mean, just anyone who stops you's got to go through
E-
us. I don't know.
yes, in fact, that was something that I was intending on talking about with you later. I'm not sure if you intended it so in your contract, but it was nonetheless a consequence of it, and I'm doing my best to arrange it for you so that you don't
Uh,
have to worry about it.
since you're the same way that you learned that you also have to follow those rules that we set,
It
you
is best if I ensure that those rules are as easy to follow as possible.
okay. Well, I would appreciate being
Specifically, your second.
I would appreciate being involved in the process of protecting the Godwood.
Yes, and that in fact is what I was hoping to speak with you about. You see that you specified that there should be a preservation of the Godwood, like a national park, I believe was the particular phrasing. Um, and that can be done. However, um, someone needs to be in charge of that preservation, at least the mortal end of the deal, and so
Sure.
I was intending to create a specialized division of the military to oversee that land, and some of the regulars may discreetly be filled with the ranks of, well, blooded folk.
Blooded?
As in, like, chosen or
Oh. Chosen are fine.
There's you see, I didn't wish to disappoint you. You've done so much for me, so I already taken the liberty of reaching out to a few.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with chosen. As long as they're
Well,
fulfilling the protection of the godwood, I don't give two shits who they are.
is of course that. However, apologize, sir, for keeping you waiting. You can, of course, reveal yourself at your option. Um, I may have already secured some members of your new army
Okay.
whom may be blooded.
Okay.
Of course, you would have the rights to forbid their recruitment.
No, nephew, I trust your judgment.
Well, all right. I shall hope that you find them worthy. Firstly, um, he'll kind of gesture with a soft finger behind you guys, and you'll see the corridor dim. I've made it private. Good. Don't typically like to reveal myself in the mortal world.
Fuck.
It is good to meet, he says as he steps out from the shadows. I thought I would take it upon myself to be first amongst your recruits.
Is that Sahulu?
No.
Is that previous me?
New.
Who the fuck is that?
You've met him before,
Yeah.
briefly. You might know who it is, Raynal. In fact, what's your base bonus?
Is that Lycos?
Yes.
Which one is he?
Like Mists and Secrets, I think. We met him last campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought so. I know we've seen him before. It was just
Whose blood runs in him?
Is it Kelsheen?
Zero. Kelshim is Solanus and Vosham.
but he being what, darkness and secrets? What and secrets? Mystery and secrets?
He'll tell you if you ask. So
Yeah.
I'm not shy about keeping it secret. He is Zuhulu Alfara.
Oh.
No, he's fine.
Sure, he's fine.
He'll probably be okay. Do you swear on your ancestors and all that you hold dear, that and your portfolio and all that you hold dear, that you will protect the godwood?
Be it my life or my portfolio, I shall put it at risk to defend this.
And you won't
It is
undermine
worth defending.
the protection of the godwood.
He narrows his eyes. You shall come to trust me on this matter, I hope.
No, I just
But
kind of
yes.
want some oaths from you before I accept your. I feel like this is gonna be like a good old ceremonious thing with all the
I mean, if he's
other
divine
members.
blooded, I think the contract also affects him.
Yeah, it will, but I just want to reiterate it.
Well, there is some curiousness about that, in fact, and he'll go into it with you about how it sort of affects him. He's still bound to it. It just, rather than cutting him off from his portfolio, it drastically limits what he can do.
If anything, he's better off than a god when it comes to the agreement. Sort of like a subsidiary of McDonald's, and when McDonald's is banned from doing something, they can just say, "Oh no, it was just this subsidiary. It wasn't me." Kind of thing. At least in my
But
mind.
I also had a few other people who may have decided.
The way that you're being so apprehensive about it, and you start with the demigod of, or the god of mystery and secret, that's not very optimistic. But just bring them all forth, I guess, if you're going to be so secretive about it.
Fine, but uh, try not to let the first impression. Don't judge them before they've spoken, at least.
Okay. Is one of them
Um,
Kirnovas?
uh, Slithering down from the ceiling
Fuck.
comes a pale creature, and with red tattoos, a long, spindly tail and large horns that bifurcate and have things dangling from them. It'll drop to the floor. The ends of its limbs are kind of dyed red.
That isn't that. That is the image that we used for Kirnovas, isn't it?
Mm.
Isn't it?
No, I think it was somebody related to it.
Yeah, it's it might be another god of demigod of Osham.
It will nod respectfully to you. Forgive me and my appearance. I did not wish to appear myself in front of the nobles. They are easy to frighten. I have seen you in my woods, and I believe your effort is noble.
Who's this?
He will stand tall, and his form will begin to flicker and unravel to a more familiar appearance. It is good to make your acquaintance once more, my lords.
Wait, isn't that Jake?
Whisper of the Leaves.
Whisper of the Leaves. That's what it is. Hey, that's how. Didn't we start that? This with that? Wasn't
Mhm.
our first
He was
like
one of
campaign with the characters called Whisper of the Leaves?
he was one of the guys that you met. He was a crazy Sahuchin who lived by the by where the Godwood turned out to be later on.
Alright, well I suppose that's okay. He's a Sahucha, right?
Yes.
So he isn't bound by the rules of the contract.
No, he is mortal. He's just Sahuchin.
What was our stance with it? Our ending stance, Renault? Do you remember?
This guy's helped us before, so I trust him.
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. It was. I mean, this was probably over a year ago, right?
I mean, this guy, the last time we interacted with him, he helped us escape the Burning Nights.
I thought so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's all right.
Well, I suppose if they went over well, then this one won't be too surprising. I also have with us more to fill out the ranks. If it's all right, I would love to introduce them, although I believe they've already met.
God, we're gonna end up with the X-Men of demigods and various other beings at this point.
We're gonna have like this fucking defense force.
She'll step out from behind the throne. My lords, it would be a pleasure to assist you. And of course, I will ensure that anything that manages to get through that is of ancient make is properly taken care of and disposed of if necessary.
We know her too, don't we?
She was on the boat, the ship with the king. She was a high-ranking member of the Highlands.
Did we end up talking to her at all?
Not really.
Not really. Was she
No,
on
yeah, I
that?
think she was just there.
Which ship was she on? The Highlands? Was that the one that we were like boarding and we found the prince on, or?
Yeah, that was the steamboat that we weren't supposed to be on that we then got on anyways.
The 3 ships we stole and whatnot.
Right, I'm forgetting which of the 3. Was that the one that Shashula picked up out of the water, or was that the first one
That was the one before that.
the one that we got on? We got on the little boat and then we rowed to meet the Shashula crushed boat.
No, the one before that.
Oh, okay. Got it. The one that gave us the lead for the boat that led to the boat. Cool. That was I'm sorry, that was a lot of boats in one session that completely blended all together for me.
That's all right. I think I'd like to come too. Speaks one of the lanterns in the room. Prince stares at it, whipping his head around. What the devil? If you'd have me. You find all this talk interesting. And when it is good to pay my respects to my goddess. Pouring out from a lantern will be a flame that begins to build into a person. I'm going to go ahead and type her name because it'll be... I'm sure that you'll ask for spelling. She'll deeply bow. Specifically at Chance. As has been said, you may have a chosen. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Serzahnk. Chance says, unsure how to proceed with this. It's not my place to say whether or not you may participate in this endeavor, as she passes the buck quickly. Just the right time. She looks for approval from Raynal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, she was able to sneak in here without any of us noticing, so I trust that.
I may be a mixed blood, but I promise that I shall serve it well. Mixed blood? The prince quirks an eyebrow. That's a rarity. It's obvious that we can see the... he looks up to Chance. The chance in you. But what is the other? Oh, I'm Zahulin as well. Right. I dare not ask how that transpired. It's for the best, she says. No. Until, she says, my lady, until such time that you leave, I believe that I shall join you on this quest in your defense. It is only right for a chosen to be by the side of their goddess, and I shall not see a hair on your head harmed.
Sorry, you were explaining my team to me, but I desperately needed to go.
Oh, yep, no problem. So, she is a Erevastian, a half Erevastian,
Okay.
of mixed blood,
Okay.
which is rare among Erevastians.
Yeah.
She is formerly Pyros blooded, now Chance blooded, and also Zahulu blooded.
Ooh, that's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, you can join in. Fuck that. Check out this symbol.
Hmm. She says as she leans in. That's a curious thing to see.
Right? I feel
Mom
like
and
you
Dad
would. Yeah, I feel like you'd
didn't get along
appreciate
very
it.
well. Yeah. It's nice to see symbols of cooperation still exist in this world that transcend ignorance. Well, my lady, um, may I? She says as she looks up to her. By the way, this lady is only about 4'6".
Oh, fun.
And Chance is about 5'8". Yes, of course, she'll hold out a hand, and her chosen will happily, with a smug, satisfied smile, slide in and fold her arms there as if she is now the bodyguard, and wishes the whole room to know it. Well, this should be fun.
Niece bodyguard acquired.
Yeah, the aunt, I guess, to our singular uncle.
I've had a traditional family before, so this is nothing unusual. The prince will nod and, well, I'm glad to see that you're happy with the choices that I've made. I apologize for selecting in advance. I just wanted to make sure that your will be done as quickly as possible. Of course, any further filling of the ranks shall leave entirely to you. This is merely a gift from the kingdom of Grenhold towards the contribution of the completion of the task that you have set before us.
Cool.
Very good, nephew. Very good.
Proud of you, kid. You know, you take after your uncles a lot.
Really come up in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I shall make sure the nobility does not hear it.
Got him.
Well then, I appreciate you all having come out, but I am due with a meeting with well, Jake is on his way, and I did not wish to deny his counsel,
Jake's
especially
on
in
his
this hour.
way. Well,
You
bring him
may,
on in.
you,
No, Jake probably shouldn't meet the niece.
Bring him on in. I'm sure he'd love
shot,
to
sure.
to meet him.
And so we begin our ancestral prayer to Pyros, our God in heaven who looks down upon us with envy.
Oh, hmm. It's not quite in heaven. I mean, where's she at? She's with Vosham in the underworld?
Yeah, but like, if there wasn't a heaven to begin with, wouldn't the underworld be a close second? It's good
Yeah,
enough, right?
it's
Yeah,
a close
the
second.
Sarin, the Sarin believe that she is the sun, and that you
Yeah.
only get to see a part of her that's walking around on the
Then it
surface.
is the heavens. So, you know, good enough.
Nah, everything else is irrelevant. It's just the sun. Everything else is just anecdotal. Um, you have to deal with a lot of contradictory things whenever you're championing a bunch of faiths. You have to be like, yep, that's that crowd, and now that I've satisfied them, we'll move on to this, while delicately avoiding this subject matter. Jake is a master of it at this point. So yeah, he will look around and not quite sure how to get you out discreetly.
I got it. Don't worry. I'll just pop open a gateway to, I suppose, my mansion, and I'll be like, if you guys want to come along, to my new founding members of the Godwood army. If you guys want to come along, we can get to know each other a little bit better at my little demi plane, and then we can come back wherever you want.
Absolutely, my liege, the Highlands lady states.
All right.
Alright,
First off,
sounds
we're not
cool.
going to be doing that, so just fucking cut it out.
What else?
Calling me my liege, saluting
How
me.
would you prefer I address you?
Uncle.
the
Uncle
grand,
Will raise an
the,
eyebrow.
the grand uncle of the Godwood.
Yeah, we
If
really
that
got to
is
come up
be
with
how
a
I
name for
address
this
you.
group of X-Men now.
Right, the X-Men need a name.
It-
We got to come up with one.
The prince knew. The prince knew that you can get the members together, but you cannot name them. That belongs to you. That's your digs.
Very good.
Well, it's the Godwood,
If
right?
only we could come up with an acronym for Lorax,
The
if we speak
Yeah,
for
that's
the
what I'm
trees.
thinking. You know.
Very good.
I guess we'll just leave it at the Loraxes for now, and then we'll come up with an acronym later.
I feel like the Loren, like Loren, rolls off
The
a little bit good.
Lorax.
The Loren, right? Because like a singular Lorax versus a Loren would be multiple Loraxes.
Okay, yeah, I can agree to the
Yeah,
Loren.
the Loren. When you say it fast enough with a Midwestern accent, it sounds like a car.
Are you sure you don't want to call them the Pergofen?
Isn't that name taken?
Yeah, wasn't that the name
No,
of the Time
It's
Police?
it's the most not taken right now.
Wasn't that? Yeah, what was that?
Yep.
That was the Time
That's
Police,
time
right?
cops. Yep, time cops.
Are we?
I
Oh,
mean, I
and
guess
then we are the
Godwood
guardians
would
of the.
facilitate time copying.
So are you saying that this is the founding of the Firgofen?
Could be.
All right. Well, if the name's not taken and if it fits in lore, then it's probably going to evolve into that. But for the initial meeting, for the working title name, it's going to be the Lauren.
Warren it is.
All right. For the working title, if you want to change that, then that's fine.
The current
it'll
working
stick around
title
for
is
a while.
the Lauren or something.
Just like how we called that one random ass guy the Seven. Like it's just a working title.
He did
And
give you a
nobody
name.
questioned it for the entire.
Right.
Yeah, he
When
did
I
give you a
first
name.
heard it, I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, oh yeah, it just makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can
Just
tell you who he
works.
was.
Who was he?
The 7. TM.
He's Veracus.
Oh, well, that's actually even worse than the 7.
Veracus and Foth and one of the timelines are working together.
Oh, yikes. All right, well.
What remains of Thoth? There's not much.
Right, because Ghost Me ripped all the cables out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because Brad willed it with the Never Gauntlet.
All right, well. Off into the sunny demi-plane we go.
Yep. So, as a recap, to bring the world up to date. Current casualties. Felinor. Zuhulu. Kagosho. Currently retired. Pyros. Vosham. New goddess. Chance. New god.
Well, she's not retired. Chance isn't really retired, right?
No, new god chance.
Oh,
New god
okay.
Chance.
Gotcha.
Yep. New god.
Got it.
Voss. Currently missing. Althara.
Which one is Althara?
Time, weather, and travel.
Weather, travel, and what was the last one?
Time. The daughter of the Fate Weaver.
Yeah, that's not good.
Could be better for certain.
In a distant Grand Sepulchre, Voss sits on his newly minted throne, resting his back against it. Satisfaction running through every of his muscular fibers. This is what he's fought for coming on to 800 years now. Not only is he the god of death, but now his mother is also his servant and teacher. It's well earned in victory, and he's looking forward to making some changes. He holds up with a grin the tiny spherical vial of blood and chuckles. Always have a plan B.
Thus begins the Gregorian chant.
By the way, that was the blood that he extracted from you.
From which of us?
From you.
Me.
Mm-hmm.
When did he do that?
Back when he was blowing people's arms off.
Yeah, when he added the head to you, he took a bunch of your blood.
Okay. That's probably not good
It
that
is
he's
the moment of
cherishing
trauma.
it, right?
Yeah, that's probably a terrible thing for him to have.
Your blood? Yeah, it seems like a not great thing. Somewhere in the Godwood, a man is holding a funeral. He covers the snowy grave with a number of flower petals. His face grim. His axe recently sharpened. His nostrils flare as he looks up, the white hair on his shoulders almost crackling with power as he stares at the trees around him. There will be blood. This I swear. This will not go unanswered. He looks to the city off in the distance. Someone has answers. I intend to find them. And so the massive shoulders of the white-haired Grinnin
Oh, fuck.
begin to leave the Godwood.
Alright, so Shishula's dead and Cole is coming for vengeance.
Who do we point him in the direction of?
Just anywhere away from me, dude. I don't want to touch Cole, dude. Dude's guy's scary.
He's a bit scary. Good news. He's going to be one of the first things that your division's going to encounter.
Well,
Protecting the forest doesn't just mean keeping keeping people from going in. It also is keeping people from coming out.
I mean, it's just Cole. I've met him before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now he's angry and out for blood.
Right. But I feel like, we can at least talk and unite together.
Unless the contract we made is the reason why he's out for blood.
Oh yeah, if I am the cause of Shishula's death, then yeah.
Were the
Of-
Kaza Shishula's death?
Of his Shishula, which is not technically our Shishula.
Did we cause her death though? I feel like we did.
With the contract, if she was somehow, harming the god world or by living in it, then her dying would be the way to preserve it.
Right. There could
Was
be
she
some
harming the god
legalese
world?
that could have caused her to die.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, in a distant city, at the tip of the Wizard's Peak, a shadow is set across a menacing figure. The rest of the tavern, with upturned tables and stools, its occupants having fled minutes ago as these two stare down into each other. One of them places their elbows on the table and stares at the other, their right arm twisting and warping into shadow. And the other, in his gleaming armor, places a sword on the table as if to up the ante. You're not exactly the most welcoming of persons. Yeah, I don't really have to take your shit. I can ask you to leave, and then you will, out of respect for me. Or I can throw you out into the sea, if that's what you want. I'm not looking for a fight. Yeah, he says, looking down at the blade. I'm sure you aren't. I just want answers. I was promised an audience, and I intend to have it. Yeah, well, you're not gonna get one, buddy. And you're not gonna speak with him. I'm not interested in being your little messenger. You might, after you listen to what I have to say. The man will reach down, pull out a chest, and set it in front of the sword. I know that you've lost something. It just so happens that in the time that I've been away, I've learned a few things about how to find stuff in the forgotten corners of the world. He gestures to the chest. This is but the first of my gifts to you. If you wish for me to aid you further, I could. The man will open the chest. There is a glimmering silver robe within it, with swirling white mist. It's cooling up. He'll close it immediately. Fuck, did you get this? You see, it's curious. There are some things that fate refuses to destroy. You may not be able to find them easily. You may have to search some. You may even need to have an invitation delivered to you on occasion. And I have all of those things. And you will have more. And I can give you back this man. And why would I want him back? He was an asshole. I mean, sure, he did a lot for us. But so what? He got himself into that mess. Well, he won't easily get himself out of it, and believe you me, in the coming years, you're going to need him. And why would I need him? I don't know if you've heard yet, but the Pantheon's in a bit of a bind. Seems someone has taken it upon themselves to muzzle them after effect. They're not taking it well, as I'm sure that you'd be happy to hear. But, you know, that weakening is a universal thing. You you really don't know what's coming. But this sword, he holds his hand on top of it, won't cut it. You're gonna need to rebuild that pantheon if you want to stand any chance. This world doesn't have much time left in it if that thing keeps going. Yeah, right. Like, I'm just gonna believe you off the top of my head. Yeah. Just walk off of the street carrying this bullshit. I do. And we'll talk again in a few months, when you've no one left to turn to. He places a black candle on the table. I'm sure you'll know what to do with this when the time comes. Yeah, I'm gonna shove it up your ass. Uh-huh. Sure you will. The man will get up from the table, taking his sword, and leave. Um, at the front of this chest, in a brass placard, in front of it, is etched in common, Utu.
Bum, bum, bum.
He'll get up from the table, um, almost leave the box and look at it and whatever. He'll take it and start walking off. That was Jake. And that is where we will end this campaign.
Nice, dude. Round of applause.
Very good.
Very good. I enjoyed it.
Question and answer time. And also, what will the next campaign be?
Yeah.
It is time to discuss.
I know, Steve, have you gotten your schedule back?
Yeah, yep, I should be free for classes here, or free for the same time for the next semester.
Well, that's lucky as all hell.
Yeah, it seems like going online primarily has helped
Oh,
the time slots a
I've
lot.
completely forgot that they were doing that, yeah. I mean, they should have done that a couple months ago, but from what I know, UD hasn't been too bad as far as
No,
campuses
yeah, it's
go.
been pretty decent after that first surge of cases.
Right, we
It's
had
been
a whole
pretty
bunch
low.
of all the freshies coming in and fucking everything up. Then
I
everything kind of
guess one
settled down.
question with this campaign that I don't think I ever remember being answered. Whatever
Yeah.
happened to 14 after she got kidnapped?
That's true.
We don't know.
So there was a lot of things going on in the background, but yeah, you're not sure what her fate was.
Right, because it was either go after her or go after the nephew. So,
Yeah, because she and Tiagda got grabbed at the same time, and
Mhm.
we only ever found Tiagda.
From the perspective where you are now, where that would have taken you is that would have taken you, rather than going after the nephew, that would have taken you into the war between all of the Caernarvosses.
Interesting. Like the spooky one that shoved the skull into my back versus the one that became the god of death at the end versus the
Yep,
one that
there
caused
was-
the genocide.
There were 6 of them.
Yeah. Yikes, dude. Are they from like the different destroyed timelines that the Seven came from? Or whatever his name actually was?
Yep. Because
Okay.
Voss is a survivor, if nothing else.
Right. Alright, so same time.
Changes to combat social ratio, leveling, um, involvement with character backgrounds. Do you want to keep rolling with the same characters or with new ones in the new world?
It depends on the campaign. If you think it would be beneficial for us to transfer our old ones, like I was Erebus, Renault was Rand, Vincent was still Vincent,
Vance.
Vance, and then Marv's was what, Pika at that time?
No,
Yep.
Mars was Jake there.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
Okay.
right.
Mhm.
If you think a good story can come out of that, I'm down for transferring those characters back.
Oh, they're definitely going to be talking
Right.
about recent events.
Um.
However, that would make you Vanquisher.
Right. And I'd be okay with that. I don't know if that kind of fucks with your stuff, but
No, it's fine. These
um.
characters are malleable.
A while ago, like when uh, when we went down to 3 players instead of 5, we talked about if we wanted to add people or not, and I had asked some people from other D&D groups, and all of them said like, not really. But one of them was interested recently in joining, and I told him we were like about to end this campaign, so it'd have to wait, rest to start a new one or whatever. You guys cool with that?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh.
I think
We can jump back in time to this point too.
I know, Steve, you're still in contact with Brad, right? You're in one of his campaigns. Did that one
Yeah,
end?
with Brad and Will, but I think they're both still real busy here.
That sucks.
Not surprising. They both tend to run very intense games.
Okay.
Brad is a forever DM, like
yeah,
me.
Yeah, Brad had one moment there where he was running 2 parties, both of the same players in the same area, running different storylines.
Mm-hmm. We've done that a few times, especially to like check out a new system.
Yeah, this was for there was like a branching storyline, so we made a party for each path essentially, and now
Okay.
we just met up again with that.
Those are fun. He does a pretty good job at weaving those things together.
Okay.
Although character-wise, I kind of enjoy playing Renault and wouldn't mind
Mhm.
sticking with him.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind sticking with Kios.
honestly
I'm
same.
I think we have a decent enough kind of party breakdown.
right.
I haven't really explored Barbarian enough in 2E to know, like, to want to explore a different class either, so, like, I'd be cool with continuing.
And I
Yeah, maybe branch out a bit and pick up like a archetype or a dedication, whatever that was.
Yeah.
In addition to continuing the characters, but I don't know.
it depends where the
You can-
story's going. If you're gonna center the story around Cole's revenge, then I think I would stick with Kios. If Kios would be better off as a side character, I can always make a new one. You know, just let me know if you're inspired by a specific storyline. Then I'm not gonna. I'd rather have my character fit neatly into a storyline than you force it into it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a couple of narrative threads that I set up that we can leap onto pretty easily. One is what's Cole up to. Another one is what's going on with Vanquisher meeting up with Kilratos about Utu's body.
Mm-hmm.
Another one still is the gods being unhappy about the new contract. And then there's the new thread that you guys just made, which is defending the Godwood.
Right.
And that would be potentially a more Stargate-y sort of thing.
How's that, like, spacey? We'd go up to the Nevermore. Or...
No, it'd just be so.
I haven't. I don't know what Stargate really involves. So
It's you've watched Star Trek, right?
yeah, some
Every
like an episode.
generally every episode centers on a new planet, etc.
Yeah,
right?
something like that. Yeah.
It'd be like that, except a different world with every adventure.
Oh, so basically we aren't just in charge of defending this Godwood.
But the Godwood as a whole throughout all dimensions and.
Yeah, I think that would be kind of neat, and then keep the same characters or similar.
You'll also have all of the new ones that were just introduced. Those are pre-mades. Everyone from Arzonin to Whisper. Lycos is also available, although he's not quite as powerful as he used to be. His dad kind of got owned.
Lycos is the first one, right? Yeah.
Yep, Lycos, Whisper, the Highlands Lady, and Arzon and Kataf are amongst you guys the founding members of this thing.
Right.
And of course, you can invent new characters. It's going to be an extremely hodgepodge group anyway.
I was about to say, I think defending the Godwood might be neat because that gives people the option to make new characters if they want.
Right.
Otherwise,
Yeah. See, I don't know if I'm on the fence about making a new character simply because I like Kios, but I also kind of appreciate him fading into some sort of administration role within this organization. But I know if I were to make another character, what I really feel like going for right now would just honestly be Erebus 2.0, Electric Boogaloo, whatever. So
you mean Erebus 3.0 after you played Merowyn?
all right, so that's not entirely fair, but yes, because yeah, we were gonna do. This is basically Kios is basically what was his name? The guy, just short campaign that we kind of abandoned, that Fate was running for a little bit, but then Fate couldn't run it, so he switched to Brad's
Oh,
campaign.
what it was like? What Enzi or
Yeah,
Enki or something?
NZ or something. Kios is technically NZ 2.0, so it was gonna be like super fucking evil, kill everybody kind of guy, then magic, kind of peaceful, and then back to kill everybody. But I think Kios is more of in my sweet spot, but I know that I might have more fun with Erebus, but also, like, I also don't want to repeat myself, you know?
I like at the end of the last like full campaign, it was like the party had achieved what they wanted, and then it was like they're kind of just gonna go their separate ways, and then we like time jumped 50 years for this
Yeah.
campaign, and I feel like that worked really well, and we got cameos for our characters 50 years in advance.
Right.
But if we're
I
just
like
gonna
that.
like, if we're gonna continue like from this point in time, then I feel like just continuing with the same characters is fine.
Yeah,
Or
I was
creating
about to say I
characters is
don't feel
fine.
like these characters are quite ready to split up and go their separate
Right,
ways
because
yet.
we still
Yeah.
have this, train the goddess objective, and we still have the protect the godwood objective.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, like
unlike last time where it was
once
like,
we establish Lorax, then we
right,
can kind of fade into obscurity.
right. Last time it was like, job done, everybody go home, lead a happy life. That was different. But this, I feel like it would be a slightly unfinished.
Yeah, so I think the kind of defend the Godwood storyline and then keep the same characters.
Fair enough. And of course, there are paths of tutelage to the goddess that don't necessarily require daily active involvement.
Right.
It can be more of like a self-study and then come to us whenever you need help.
Right.
Because things are going to start heating up with Godwood, and its necessity was demonstrated this campaign. What with the unguarded border leading to gods just flooding in, and a bunch of Kirnovosses. So someone needs to hold the line.
Yeah, we should probably track down those Kernovosses and
Oh, don't
put them
worry.
together or
Most of them
something.
are dead. Dead or absorbed.
I guess, yeah, we've ended up with the Alpha Predator Kernovos at this point.
Getting pretty close to it.
Made of at least 100 Kirnovosses. The levels of sass are off the chart. Also arrogance. Um. Oh yeah, that's also, I suppose, a narrative thread is what is Kierno Voss up to?
I don't know. I just want him to be replaced. Don't trust him.
He just got on the
They're
throne.
gonna
And
retire
already
him
people
and
are
make a new god.
You completed your life goal. You became the god of death for, looks at watch 72 hours, then kills him.
Yep, that's what he wanted. Um, it's interesting too because at this point we're almost fully diverged from the general timeline, which is neat. I'm interested to explore all this. Usually this goes poorly.
I mean, what of our general plans so far with these characters hasn't gone poorly?
I mean,
Sure.
that's fair, I suppose. Let's see. Normally, so we were at evolution, uplifting. Let it weave. So yeah, we would normally be going into the Halfing era.
The
But
Halfang? As in,
the Half.
Halfang
Yes.
becomes the king?
Yep.
That was a track we could go down?
Yeah. If the prince dies, then he takes the throne.
But we just did such a great job that we're now succeeding too hard and it's diverging from your main campaign, your main storyline.
Yeah, sort of. The biggest divergence. I mean, that's a whole era. But the biggest divergence is actually you guys speed running through, or at least putting on hold the God's Fall era.
Oh, the whole sun imploding thing?
Yeah. Usually, what happens is Pyros finds out some way or another, and then organizes a rebellion, and the pantheon basically splits in two and goes to war. This is after the gods are basically cut off from divinity. Also, Pyrrhus is supposed to die at some point
Never. Unallowed.
and then be
Rejected.
resurrected.
Maybe allowed just a little bit.
But yeah, she she was in a position to end that conflict before it began. If you guys were just like, you know what, Eleanor deserves it. Just leave the world out of
I've never
it.
seen Eleanor do a good thing ever. To memory.
I was about to
Hey.
say, if she hadn't initially started damaging the world, we probably would have just left her to it.
Yeah, yeah. Eleanor is he's he's a piece of work. Um, I couldn't make this joke before because it's not in the cultural omnibus until now, but he is shit. What's his name? God damn it. Yeah, he's basically Homelander. Just a little less, a little less. He's very much about the gods are the gods and mortals are mortals, and you can't combine the two because that makes things confusing, and he demands things to be orderly because he's perpetually scared. So yeah, it's set up so that Felinor is the guy who's running the place, but he's not the guy that you want to be running the place. But the person who should be running the place, Pyros, is the person who doesn't want to run the place. And would probably do a bad job, unfortunately, when she actually got there. The ideal would be for the two of them to get along, but Pyros and Felinor will never get along. So yeah, thank you guys for helping me build a fantastic campaign. Glad that everyone had fun. Think about what you guys want the next campaign to be, and feel free to just add that to the campfire, and we will yak about it as the week progresses. I'm hearing that the consensus, though, is that we're likely going to be sticking with the same characters regardless of story path.
I think so.
May want to consider how we may want to integrate new players if they do arrive. But if we're doing the not time cops angle, that's pretty easy to do.
Start them 3 levels below us just to establish dominance.
Oof.
I'm pretty sure that you guys will have the foresight to make sure to get people at least as powerful as you. Because you guys are only, what, 8th level right now?
Right
we're
now,
currently
8.
8th level.
Yeah, unless you want to,
Mhm.
give us 1,000 XP for all the shit that we've been through. Literally talk down a god out of suicide bombing the entire place.
For becoming the best negotiators known to man.
Literally, we rolled one good roll this entire session.
We
and
really
that
did.
was it.
It was like 1 nat 20 and that was it.
The
It took
importance
us
of
20 minutes to pull a spear out, but 30 seconds to talk a god down.
that is the importance of role playing. It can even without roles, that can be the deciding X factor, which is why it's always worth it to act your character. What was I gonna say? Shoot. Oh right. So new character. Thankfully, if we go mercifully, I should say, if we go for the not time cops angle, the introduction to the campaign will not be necessarily voluminous, as we won't have to describe everything about the setting. We can just provide a basic abstraction. They don't need to necessarily know who Kirnovos is, etc. And do you know if the person that may be interested in coming to the game, do you know that they would be available during the times that we're currently running?
I was told that he should. I mean, he's in the Discord now. I sent him an invite, so we can ask him to make sure.
Yeah, as long as he's good for that time and he's okay with it. I would love to get together with him and talk shop.
Yeah. Cool.
Just so I can start prepping my notes, it may be 2 weeks before next game.
Okay.
But we'll probably gather and do something like a house on the hill or something like that. That wouldn't be too bad. Just to get to know each other, since we have a new member of the group and all that.
What's that?
As long as
Pre-made
they'd be okay with
preset
that.
thing? Oh, Steve's gone.
They are not okay with that.
Is that like a pre-made preset thing? What is House on the Hill?
Oh, Betrayal at the House on the Hill. Were you around when we did that last?
Maybe.
It's the board game where you're putting down tiles whenever you enter through doorways. Omen Tracker. One of the players will be the betrayer.
Might have been.
And
Oh
it's
no, I
randomly
think that
generated.
was we did that because Kios wasn't there that week.
Oh no!
I mean, that sounds more.
It's a really fun game.
That sounds like us, yeah.
It's a pretty fun game. And it has like 123 scenarios to it.
Yeah, okay.
So
No, I'm down. As of right now, I mean, it would be the 29th is next Tuesday, so I should be fine.
Yeah, I'll be down for that because I'll be
Should
back in Ohio by then.
should TM, but should be fine.
we'll reach out to them, see if they'd be interested in joining us. We can use as a kind of get together to get to know each other and also talk shop while we play and all that. That way, it doesn't have to be all right. Here's day one info dump. Do your character, learn the system. By the way, did they know the system?
I don't think so. He
Alright,
said
I
he
think-
should be free Tuesday nights.
The Pathfinder interface, the baseline. I mean, once you get into
Yeah.
some of the stuff, the baseline is like pretty straightforward, and like as long as you get to know the tabs, what each tab is, then you're fine.
By the way, in case you guys were wondering. Oh, not that one. These were the other cards that were potentially available.
Justice, Moon, Strength. The World, Strength. Sun, Fool, Sun. Alright, well, maybe it's best that I didn't succeed that role because I was voting for death. So,
You know, that would have been.
that would have
I'll
been.
guarantee it
accurate
some
to
sort of
what we're doing, though.
transformative change. Yeah, it's a transformative change. Doesn't
Honestly-
necessarily mean it.
Honestly, even with, I mean, it would have still matched. She was transforming.
Chariot was a good one to start off with. Of course, I will continue to update the software as we go. And there are a couple of things that I intend to try and get done by next game.
Is the
Fingers
next one still going to be
crossed.
called Rust and Bone?
No. I will probably be transitioned to a new setting, or well, a new campaign.
Alright.
Since we're through campaign.
So you heard it here first, folks. It will no longer be Rust and Bone Session 22. It will be something Session 1.
We'll
Starting over.
actually be able to keep an accurate count of what session we're on.
Yeah, instead of just like this is Session 22 because the first 10 or 8 sessions
Because
weren't
we
recorded.
declared it was 22.
we declared one was like after 10 sessions, so
See. So, given the name of, or rather the setting of the campaign that we're building, I would go for and what?
decay, wood. That's all I got. Those 2 things. Of Blood and Destiny. Ooh. Fancy.
I like it.
That's just the way I like to structure my campaigns. They need to have like it needs to have a mission statement.
Get the big ol' the book versus the chapter. You know?
Mhm.
Or the series versus the book. It's probably more accurate.
And 2 contrasting but not necessarily opposed elements.
All right.
So yeah, I hopefully, fingers crossed, will finally have races done. At least the weird ones, by the time that they are ready to join the game.
Races.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like
the
in
Erebastians and all that,
in
Versus
Foundry.
Design.
and Grinnin, which I still haven't had. You've been running Orc this whole time. Sorry.
We're gonna hit a new campaign to keep the same characters, but everybody's race swapped.
Oh no!
Not me, dude. I'm still human. I chose the boring one.
Everyone is everyone is
Oh,
Raymond now.
Strategia.
Everyone is Raymond. Changeling party.
Yeah, we just thought we were the same characters.
Plan is infallible. No one will know. So yes, it was a fantastic time. Thank you guys so much for showing up. Sorry that Marv wasn't able to make it here. That kind of sucks.
He's got people, family members at his house. It feels bad.
Yeah. I'll catch him up. Since we're gonna be starting up into a bridging campaign anyway, hopefully it won't feel too bad for him. There was that I decided to skip since he wasn't here. Because it would have been the only dark reflection that you guys haven't fought yet. That was gonna be on the moon. You would have had to have fought off Dark Marv. I hope you're prepared for the amount of attacks per round.
Oh yeah, because I guess we did fight all the dark versions of us, because we fought the Renault ghosts and the Vincent statue ghosts.
Mm-hmm. Reynal is the final boss. I'm sorry, Marv is the final boss. I'm sad. I'm sad that we didn't get to do that. But hey, he's still around. He might show up in the next campaign. What else? Oh, if you guys do have any other suggestions for board games that we might want to play, those are also, of course, welcome. I do the board game stuff through Tabletop Simulator. So if you do or do not have that, let me know. I think everybody has had it so far, though. Of course, I would host the game, so you guys don't have to worry about all that setup stuff. So if next week would be Betrayal at the House on the Hill, does anyone have any suggestions for the week after that?
I got no fucking clue.
That's all right.
Online and free, I'm assuming, are the two things that we're looking for.
I mean, if we're using tabletop sim, it'll be pretty much anything.
Oh yeah, tabletop is anything. Fuck, dude, I don't know.
Okay, cool. I'll surprise you, and it might just wind up being that on the week prior we decide, screw it, we're just gonna build those characters again, but with different remakes,
Right.
Different choices and characters.
A session 0.
And we may
basically.
just spend that week doing it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Also, how do y'all get to know each other? What's the structure of this organization? Blah blah blah. We might do that.
All right.
What are y'all's thoughts on the social/combat mix so far? Do you want to change it?
I am always a fan of just the dungeon crawl and random encounters and whatnot, but also like story building and exposition, so both are fine with me.
I think
Okay,
I
cool.
was about to say, I kind
Good.
of liked the pace we had, where it was kind of we'd flip flop each week of what
Right.
we were doing.
We'd have
Yeah.
social, and then it would lead up to, dungeon-esque, and then that's over, so then social again, and then dungeon-esque kind of thing. I suppose. No, I think the build is good. I think if we had more combat, like I want to say initially more combat, but A, the story would be a lot slower because combat is slow, and B, I feel like it would just be too much combat. And
yeah,
also,
and I think if we went much more either direction, we'd end up having to basically just build a character for that,
right,
and it'd be a bit weak on the other end.
right, and that's basically how mine was, and then I feel like I'm getting to a good balance point for mine between social and not social. So I think we're okay.
Okay. Okay. Well, awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you, and I wish you all a fantastic holiday.
Yeah, happy holidays, guys.
Yeah, happy holidays to you guys.
Marie Chrysler.
Happy crisis.
Sure feels like it. And I will see y'all next week. Hopefully refreshed and for a fun little game of Betrayal at the House on the Hill.
Sounds good. See you,
Yeah,
kids.
see you then.